Hello, everybody. We've now moved to the rooftop. As we said before, there was 50 spaces here, but we are live streaming on the main screen in the networking area downstairs, where there's hundreds of people watching. So here we have panels now through till 4 p.m. For those that weren't in the area before, I'm your MC. My name's Laura. I'm from the UK, but I've been living here for a long time. And lots of you I've met, which is very exciting. So we're going to start our first panel, AI adoption, CEO perspectives. These guys are leading the way in terms of AI in Lebanon and the region. The first panel will be moderated by the wonderful Jihad Bitar from Siren. Yeah. We have Mario Akel. Akel? I don't know how to say that, Akel, from Maliatech. Roland, Tannous, CEO of GravityQ.ai, and Chris Sassine from Maliatech. No, that's wrong. It says Maliatech. Speedlane, yeah.
Test. My pleasure. My pleasure. Shall we start? Welcome, everyone. Hope you can hear me well. This is going to be hopefully an interesting panel, depending on you guys, if you do a good job. It's a 45-minute panel, so it won't be very long. There'll be questions at the end if you want. So leave your questions for the end. We're going to mix Arabic and English. بس في كتير من الشباب كمان بيشتغلوا برات لبنان بقى. We'll have to put in some English. So I'm the CEO of Siren Analytics. I'll introduce the company a bit in a little while. We do have a booth somewhere, so you can go check it out. There was this famous study that came out a few weeks ago. I don't know if you've seen it, by MIT, which every newspaper, every media talked about, which is that 95% of AI projects in companies, of Gen AI projects, generative AI projects in companies fail. And I'm sure you've all seen it. And this made a huge buzz everywhere because it was a bit a moment of reckoning. Is AI, Anjad, is it functioning with companies or it is not functioning with companies? Is there a hype or is there no hype? There's a lot of talk in the stock market about, are we in a bubble with AI? Or is there going to be a crash of AI? So this is what makes this panel very interesting, is that you have here 3 CEOs, I'll add myself, with 4 people who are actually implementing AI, maybe in our companies, but also with our clients. So welcome to Mario, Roland, and Chris. I'm going to let them introduce themselves really quickly, your company, what you do, 2 few words about yourself and the company, and we'll take it there. Want to go ahead?
Thank you, everyone, for attending. Thank you, ZAKA AI and Forward MENA for organizing such an event. Really, I think this is the first time in Lebanon and in the region to have a dedicated fair promoting and embracing AI. So to start with, my name is Mario Ael. I'm the general manager of Maliatech. We have been into digital transformation since 24 years, before the word digital transformation started to be a buzzword. So we started from simple automation of pen and paper systems, moving to handheld applications, software solutions, Android solutions with the launch of Android in 2013-14, and now we're leaping into embracing AI and integrating AI within our solutions. We operate in 5 countries: Lebanon, Iraq, Algeria, Kuwait, and UAE, where we have direct offices. And we work as well through channel partners across the MENA, Africa region. So our focus mainly is on automation, mobility solution, AI, telematics, and IoT. Those are the areas where we have. And
you're part of a much larger group.
Yes,
that you probably all bought products from.
Exactly. We are part of Maliatech, is the technology arm of Malia Group. We are spread. We are almost 100 years old group, and we operate into different industries, from manufacturing, distribution, real estate, fashion, technology, services, hospitality. So a very multi-faced organization. We're around 2,500 employees spread into the region. So today the focus will be Maliatech and our experience and what you're doing in the AI environment.
Thank you, Mario.
Thank you.
Roland?
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you for the organizers for this great event. Thank you for having me here. My name is Roland Tannous. I'm the lead partner at UK-based GravityQ. We work with large enterprise as well as funded startups that work at the forefront of AI transformation. We have clients like Lightspeed Ventures from Google, the US FDA, Ammar Properties, and more. I'm also part of the core engineering team at Onslaught.ai, which is a Microsoft-funded Silicon Valley startup, where we are building the market-leading reinforcement learning and LLM fine-tuning framework. We have north of maybe 60,000 users with teams from Google, NVIDIA, Microsoft, NASA, and more. And that's about it.
Chris? Thank you. I'll echo the thanks to ZAKA and Larissa. I know how much work you put into this. And BDD and Forward MENA. So my name is Chris Sassine. I'm the CEO of Speedlane, a much younger organization. We started about 8 years ago. We're US-based. We have all of our engineering team is actually in Lebanon. We've worked with, what we do is we're a boutique digital services agency. So we build custom software applications for clients in the US. We've mostly worked with large-scale enterprises. Some of our clients have included Goldman Sachs, NASDAQ, MIT, the New York Metro Authority. And we do have a team also in the US on the product side, but most of our engineers are based here. Looking forward to the panel. Jihad?
So at Siren, we work a lot with the public sector in many countries in Eastern Europe, Lebanon, Jordan. We've been introducing AI a lot in the public sector. So I'm going to give also a bit that perspective in a tough public sector, because in Lebanon, let's take the example of Lebanon's تعرفوا خلينا ساكتين, it's hard. So we're located in BDD, actually. We partner with Forward MENA. We work a lot with ZAKA. And I've seen ZAKA grow. I've seen Forward MENA operate more and more in the AI. And obviously companies like us in BDD more and more going into AI. So that's going to be my first question. Is this a hype? From what you've seen, and I'm starting from that 95% study, and this is the background a bit of my question, why are so many internal projects in AI failing? And this is a reality. Is it because it's a hype, or it is because it's really badly approached? Chris, want to start?
Yeah, sure. It is both, I think, a hype and a real useful technology or technological shift we're going through. We've spoken to a lot of clients and prospects, some of whom we haven't worked with. Everyone starts asking the question, so how are we going to implement AI in our company? And that often is because of the hype. And we found that asking that question at the beginning is the wrong way to approach using AI. The most effective way, or the way the most successful companies have implemented AI, is focusing on business problems regardless of how we're going to solve them. So let's come and start, and let's look at what are the major pain points inside of an organization or a team inside of an organization, and then let's see if AI can help. We've done this with a few clients, some of whom we've ended up working with, implementing AI solutions, and focusing on the real problem, regardless of AI, is the good starting point. The second requirement to make sure that this is not just a hype is to anchor the efforts in data. So we can say we're implementing AI, but if you can't show measurable impact, then what's the point, right? Oftentimes, AI efforts start because the CEO walks into the room and is like, so what, where are we with AI? And the team feels pressure to show something. You see chatbots, you see people using Gen AI in different places. If you can't show real data improvement on time saved, on revenue increased, on cost saved, then it's going to be very hard to make the case for it. And 95% of companies have probably approached this anxiety-driven. We need to implement AI. We need to just put AI in the company. And if you don't show results, and you have to show results actually fairly quickly, it's going to be hard to make the case for it as a successful implementation side of an organization.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, and I see a lot of students here, obviously it's a career fair also, starting with the problem is always the right solution. Whatever you do, be it in software or in AI, start with the problem. Mario, you're obviously handling your clients, be it in the group or outside the group, are industries, are heavy industries. So where transforming into AI will probably require huge investments. So where the risk is huge, when you need to put money to do that transformation in supply chain or in others. So same question, are you seeing this? Are you seeing these failures or not really?
Okay. I have seen those failures from, as you mentioned, from the perspective of what's happening in the region and the world. However, to avoid this and to confirm what Chris is saying, I'm going into calls and meetings with major accounts in the region, not international and regional accounts. The first word is, what do you have in AI? It's not like the common, I have an issue, how can you sort it out? How can you solve it? What do you have as AI? The first question. So we tend to tell them, guys, it's not about AI. Maybe we can solve it with IoT. We can solve it with other. So when we saw that there is a defensive mechanism when we reply such a rational way, we took the hype and we're saying, yes, we have AI solutions, guys, for you. So this is frankly speaking. So what we have implemented so far and what I advise in order to avoid any failure is to set the expectations. We cannot tell them that AI will sort all your issues. We start small, very small, baby steps, POC on a sample, on a small scale, proven, then we continue the deployment. So this is what we're doing, for instance, with one of our regional retailer with more than 100 point of sales. So what we are doing, we are implementing an AI based on machine learning to automate their pricing, what we call dynamic pricing and dynamic signage inside the retail stores. So we're starting small, we're starting with one store, and then if we prove ourselves and the solution and the technology, then we continue deployment.
That's a very interesting topic. I'm going to get back to this about the type of solutions you're all seeing happening, because, surprise, AI is not just typing a question on ChatGPT. Roland, what Mario is talking about is very much the MENA perspective. And I agree with him. I see the same thing with our clients in the MENA. You working mostly abroad and seeing the Western, I would say, perspective, is this the same? You're feeling this is the same problem, or it's a more mature?
It's actually, with generative AI particularly, it's actually the same challenges. So to build on what they've already said, I think, you mentioned the MIT report. 95% of Gen AI investments produce zero return so far. The main challenge I would like to call is the pilot to production valley of death. And it's really not one problem, but a combination of strategic, human, and organizational gaps. On the strategic side, what happens is that you see these experimentation. Yeah.
I think it deserves a few words. I'm not sure everybody is conscious of that valley of death you're talking about, what it means. And
yeah, it's mostly, I would qualify it like crossing the chasm from small pilots that are isolated and that are niche and small in size to broader acceptance and adoption, whether inside an organization or inside the market. So strategically speaking, the problem is that most companies get stuck in experimentation islands. And that means pilots that are niche and specific, but do not really relate to any real business outcome. And part of the problem is not getting the business unit leaders who are the PLN owners engaged from day one. And that's one of the biggest mistakes they do. Chris mentioned data, and I have to say this. Poor data readiness is one of the leading technical blockers to scaling. The other thing is actually human factor. So the big pharmaceutical company, Novo Nordisk, they had a large-scale rollout targeting maybe 20,000 employees. And they actually witnessed a mid-cycle dip after a few months of excitement, and then some sort of AI shaming also settled in. And AI shaming is when people start to consider that using AI for work is cheating. And this hits organic adoption. So I would say, you know, what the other panelists said, be solid data foundations, start small, so small T transformations, start small wins, and then scale upwards, and then take it from there.
It's very interesting because what you all mentioned, in a way, I'm going to ask a curveball here. Something I've been telling my team is that the boundary, and for the students here, the boundary between being just an AI engineer, being a software engineer, or being a project manager is fading away. I think everybody has to work a bit together. I don't know, Chris, are you seeing this as a trend into where everybody needs, I mean, you cannot just be an AI engineer, or am I dreaming?
I think, absolutely. First of all, you have to be a good problem solver in general, which is what very good engineers are. You have to be good at solving problems, solving technical challenges, and our engineers have not been trained on AI for 20 years and have started working. This has not been the case. In fact, for most AI implementations, successful ones, you do not need a PhD in AI to be able, or machine learning, to be able to implement solutions at companies. The foundational engineering concepts are the same. Problem-solving skills are the same. You have to be moving with the trend. You have to understand how AI can be used as a tool, similar to how many other technologies in the past have been used as a tool to help solve problems. Either problems you weren't able to solve in the past, or just a better way to solve a problem that you could have solved in the past. Also on the boundaries fading, it's funny, a lot of product management interviews now in the US require product managers to build an app on the call, like on the interview. And it's fading because AI is, you know, there are vibe coding tools now that help you build products, TBD on the success rate of these products, but they help you build something. And the goal isn't to show that, you know, you're adept or you're a master in AI. It's to show that you have the creativity to use a tool like AI to solve a complex problem. So yeah, back to your question, absolutely the boundary is fading.
Which, no, thank you. I agree with you. Which, Mario, begs a question. You being in a, I would say, engineering-heavy industries. In the MENA region, just to follow up on Chris's point, do we need our AI engineers, and is the type of AI products being developed just would say AI as a commodity, you're just reusing tools out there, or is there real R&D? Is there something being really built up into this? Or is this, because what I'm hearing from you, Chris, in a way, the tools all exist. It's just the Lego pieces we just need to be able to put together, so problem solving first. Or no, you feel there's more innovation. And I'm asking you this specifically because what you guys do is very cutting edge.
Maybe I think we can reach a stage where this boundaries doesn't exist anymore. But currently, I can describe the current situation. No, we have within the organization a dedicated team going towards the AI because we are serving our region. I don't want to talk about the US and long way years to follow. Currently, you have legacy systems running. You have legacy application for like us, a software provider, technology provider that are running. What we're doing is not we are scratching and scrapping all the applications and rewriting them to include AI. What we're doing, we are integrating AI with existing applications through connectors, through APIs, but this is what we're doing. So the message is you don't have to reinvent it and to scrap everything and to rebuild the application. This is one. So to do so, we have a team dedicated to run the business as usual, and we have those innovators, those disruptors within the company. There are not many, and we cooperate with other providers like ZAKA, okay, to assist us with knowledge, with expertise in certain areas to develop those applications on top of the existing ones. So back to a question, to cut short, yes, we have dedicated team who are the AI people, I would say, in charge of revamping existing solutions by integrating AI. And I can give examples quickly if you want. One of the examples, we have a very strong, as we say, cheval de bataille solution for Salesforce automation. We automate the Salesforce process, like the cash vans that you see with Red Bull, with Pepsi, with L'Oreal, all those guys, they are automated. They go and place orders. So what we are doing now, integrating chatbot. So instead of going to the grocery and checking for 2-3 minutes the pricing and what promotion he's allowed to take, he's just asking the chatbot, and then he will get the answer at a level of a cash van. You know what I mean? So this is where we're implementing AI. We are implementing AI for route optimization. You know, nowadays in our region, you have thousands of orders coming. Who decides which order will be dispatched in which vans? You have the traditional way, the guy, he says, I know everything, it's my head. Now, we're assisting this guy by saying, okay, you have so many criterias, we can have AI tool that will tell you which route to take.
This is how you notice a real CEO. He didn't say we replaced the guy. He said we're assisting the guy with AI. That's a smart CEO, because that's the right way to do it. No, 100%. Which I love that you use the word. I think you said disruptor. Today, AI is a disruptor, right? It is disrupting how we operate. It is disrupting how clients operate. It is how we think, how we can solve problems. But it goes back to problem solving. You know. Okay, once we've decided to go this, Roland, what are the barriers to this to AI adoption that you're seeing?
Okay, so I can tell you maybe more specifically about scaling, if you want, in larger organizations. So yeah, you've done this multi-transformations, which are important because you need to build capability, AI literacy, and acceptance within the organization and minimize the resistance, because you have a lot of friction and resistance. But then to scale, you have to scale the right thing. So that we go back to solve a real problem. It has to be aligned with your strategy. And then the way we do it is we work with P&L owners, business unit leaders, and we translate strategic objective to SMART goals, so small, measurable, actionable goals, and then we match those with technical requirements so that whatever is built actually, you know, kind of gives value back that matches whatever your objective is. And you have to set an ROI measurement framework in place. So you do that by first translating those metrics into requirements, but you also you use these measurements and these analytics to build forecasts, then come up with valuations, NPV, IRR. You have to treat AI like an investment decision, because this is where it makes it easier for business leaders to champion it if you treat it like an investment decision rather than a cost center. And that's how you choose between candidate POCs for scaling. You also have to upscale the people. You have to have champions inside the organization, because the human factor is honestly one of the biggest barriers. Resistance, lack of adoption, people not trusting AI, people thinking it's not ethical. This is where you need to also invest and enforce responsible AI practices and policies.
So human factor as a main barrier, and the trust in the AI.
Yeah, and actually...
And having the wrong KPIs.
Yeah, and aligning it with strategic objectives, because if your 3-year strategy is to grow, let's say you're a hospital, so to grow your reputation to be a 5-star hospital, do you really want to scale a chatbot that talks to people on your website, or do you want to invest in a clinical assistant solution that helps general practitioners spend more time on giving high-quality care and or doing research?
I just can add one criteria, one factor. We already mentioned it, the data readiness. Even if you have the culture, even you have the direction, if we don't have the data readiness, nothing can happen with the AI. So this is where we should start. This is the starting point. And as you mentioned, change management is very important, and to secure those workers by telling the warehouse keeper that this bot will not replace you. You will be leading this bot to execute tasks that you shouldn't be executing anymore. This is the pitch that we tell the users.
And I think one of the wrong investments companies are doing, I'd like to hear your opinion on this, Chris, is actually, it's like AI is like the car, and data is like the fuel and of the car. And if you don't have the right fuel, مغشوش, it won't operate. It will operate a little while, but it will go the wrong place. It won't drive itself. And I see so many companies investing in the car, but not investing in the engine system and the fuel system. This is one of the biggest mistakes corporates are seeing. And on this, Chris, I'd like to hear your opinion, but also, what are the do's and don'ts that you're seeing in adopting AI projects?
Yeah, I think, to echo what all of you have said, data readiness is often underestimated, because you start with the hype of the project and we want to do AI, and then you start on day one and you're like, all right, let's see the data. And I think I can speak on behalf of any person who works in tech. Seeing the data is probably one of the scariest things that we do. You don't know if you're going to get, it's a surprise, and you don't know if it's going to be a good surprise or a bad surprise. And a bad surprise means you're already starting 10 steps back and you're playing catch up. One of the things we end up doing on AI implementations is not AI work for the first few weeks, because we need to work with the data, exactly. We need to make sure that the data is ready to be able to be ingested by AI tools and algorithms and all of that to generate insights. So I think one of the big do's is we need to make sure that the data is ready and the data is clean. It's easier said than done. A lot of businesses have been built because companies can't do that on their own, and they have external consultants help with it. I think it's going to continue that way. But I think that is one thing. And I think the other is to also echo, I think, something that Roland said and something that Mario said right now. If you don't have senior business ownership over an AI solution being implemented, you can pilot 20, 30 different things. You can show the best results. If you don't get the senior people or the P&L owners, as Roland said, excited or invested in it, that's not, you're wasting your time trying to implement any type of solution. So a big don't is don't try to create a problem, solve it with AI if you don't know that this is something that the team really needs and really wants.
That was one of my first mistakes when in a first AI project, was first time not budgeting for data cleaning time and planning for the team for this. Definitely a huge lesson learned into this. Roland, your do's and don'ts, your top do, your top don'ts. By the way, just for the ZAKA team, just make me sign when there's 10, 15 minutes left so we can start doing Q&A. I'm not watching. I don't have the watch.
So for businesses, dues, data readiness, definitely. Dues, P&L owners, get them engaged from day one. Let them be driving the use case selection from day one up front. Don't skip the data. A lot of companies love to skip it because it's difficult, it's annoying. Nobody loves doing it, even the data scientists. And it can cost a lot of money depending on your scale. Please don't skip it because you'll end up with a solution that doesn't work. What else? The don'ts. There are so many don'ts. Okay, don't curb innovation. So allow innovation, allow people to express themselves, to experiment. Yes, have policies and have practices, but let people make mistakes. It's okay. Let them innovate. Great things come out of innovation.
Should be taking notes. We have a full media research paper right here between what you guys are saying. Let's add to this research paper, Mario.
Okay. I think to succeed, we should adopt a top-down and bottom-up.
Yeah.
So top-down, when we talk to the decision makers, to the CEOs, to the owners, they are all excited. Some of them, they just want to have a checkbox that AI implementation within the organization. So, okay, we take advantage of this. But to succeed, we have to go bottom up. I mean, the team should be cross-functional. It's like, it's not an IT implementation, like bring the IT manager and the MIS, and let's sit together and we're gonna deliver. Bring the finance team, as you mentioned, cross-functional, the marketing, the sales, everyone. Let them feel that they are involved in the implementation. So we have hope to succeed, okay? So we have data readiness, we have the culture, we have the trust. If we have the team, the people factor covered from top and from down, I think this is how we can succeed.
Which begs the point that stop treating AI as, oh, we're just going to do AI. It's much more complex than this. And yeah, very interesting insights. You know what? You all making me, I know, it's all new questions, but every time I meet a CEO, there's always, every CEO has a great story of a successful project they're proud of. You know, the one you tell a new client, a prospective client. I'd love to hear your success story, the story you say, you know what, this is a great story you've done. Chris?
Yeah, I can start. Some of the people who've implemented them are here in the room. One of our clients is a large insurance company based in San Francisco. They do property and casualty insurance, so assurance talbet. And they do about 750,000 policies every year. It's a billion-dollar company. And you'd be surprised to know how much, and I'm sure all of you have seen this, how much manual process exists inside of this organization. One of the major manual processes that they brought us in to solve was once they create a policy for any individual, for any household, the first page of a policy has the top level information that is most important on the policy. What is the property value? How much are you covered? What's the duration, renewal date, all of that stuff. And then you have 70, 80 pages that nobody reads after. They would bind a policy and they would not have automated ways to check if the numbers are correct. So they would have a team of individuals who would spend their full 40-hour week just doing manual checks on policies, just the new policies for that week, not all 700,000, just to make sure that the numbers match. All right, so the algorithm said for household A, the policy value should be 1 million. Does it say 1 million on the policy? Yes, okay, great. If it doesn't, they have to go back, and it's a whole issue. They had a small single-digit number error rate, but in dollar value, it was a large dollar value. The top line was about 2 billion, so even 1% is a big deal for them. So one of the ideas they had was, how can we use AI to speed up this? You know, how can you use AI to help with this process, which is also starting from the wrong lens. But the right thing that happened was that the CEO was the person asking us the question. So we had top-level ownership. Funny enough, I think data was not the biggest pain point, which was actually a relief for all of us. They, all APIs and very clean interfaces. The problem was figuring out where to start, because there was the chatbot idea where you ingest all of the policies, you ask questions. We tried that. And then there's the idea on how do you translate all of these algorithms, all of these equations that come up with these values into understandable language that people can look at. So if you go and you check the policy and you say, oh, 1 million versus 800,000, why is it 800,000? So that translation was actually done. We ingested all of their algorithms and their calculations and translated it using AI to plain language English. And then the last thing was just automating the process, which with or without AI is possible. We ended up using AI in those processes. The way we started, just to echo what everyone said, we did start with POCs. So we started with, I think we spent 3 weeks doing the chatbot idea, doing the equation to plain English translation idea, and then just the process automation idea. And then the largest value, actually we never moved forward with the chatbot. It's sitting there. I don't think we've touched it since like December of last year. I still stand by it. I think it's pretty good. I think we're going to bring it back. But we just started with one, which was we're both actually translate the calculation and automate the process. Today, I think the company had a team of individuals that used to spend the full week doing this. Their entire job has now changed. They spend 1 or 2 minutes at the start of every day looking at our tool. They now know what policies don't match. We're able to fix them. So they now fix them they know them in real time. They fix them before the policies go out. And yeah, we still work with them. This project started, the POCs was December of last year. We started in Jan. They've been using it since May, I think. And yeah, I think that's the one I pitch.
Very concrete use, just to show you. I'm asking these questions to show you that the type of how the approach can be done, but also very concrete usages. Roland, wanna go ahead?
I'm still thinking which one I like the most. Actually, the one that's like the dearest to my heart isn't with a large organization. It's with a startup. It's a UK-based startup. There are 2 founders, both ex-PwC consultants, so non-technical. They wanted to come up with the solution for management consultancy companies, and they thought, oh, it's easy, let's just use ChatGPT, and it didn't really work. So, management consultants, when they're hired to actually solve a business problem, the first thing they do when they come in is they bring in a team that do what we call due diligence. So they sit down with everyone involved, top, bottom, CEO, or the last guy in line, and they try to understand what's not working, what has been tried before, what are the biggest challenges, and then they pile these huge amounts of data. Then they take them to the back office and they put the poor junior analysts to actually filter through them, extract meaningful insights, rate the biggest challenges, so that you come up and say, okay, so your biggest problems are 1, 2, 3, let's take this approach. And this process of actually filtering and classifying the problems takes a lot of time. So they were trying to solve this, and when we were called in, the accuracy of their solution was 30% only, which doesn't really work in real business. So we came in and we had to revamp the whole solution. We had to do what we call composite AI solutions. So it's not just large language models. We used embedding models. We fine-tuned them. We used classifiers. We set up a whole pipeline. There was RAG in it. There was a vector DB in it. And the data was horrible. Like they assured us, oh, we have a lot of data. And then we figured out it's like only 20, 30 samples that don't make any sense.
That's not a lot of data.
Yeah, and we had to use very smart techniques of data synthesis and reinforcement learning with human feedback to gradually build this up. And we were able, like in 6 to 7 months, to raise the accuracy to around 85%.
Thank you. Amazing. Again, practical use. We're a bit running out of time, so I don't know if you have a quick, nice story.
how we started deploying AI, it started during Corona. So we had a win with the client regional wall, KDD, Kuwait Danish Dairy. They do dairy products. And then Corona hit, so they told us, okay, we need to stop to freeze the project because we're no longer going to the market to take orders and everything. So what happened during this period everywhere, I think, we are one of those companies as well, when we start dealing with the home ordering, so from B2B to B2C, because you can call the KDD and order at home. So they called us back saying, guys, we have an opportunity. Can you run an AI solution for us? We're zero in this field. So we don't have even addresses of who will be calling. This is what we call active routing. So during Corona, you say yes. Yeah? So we said yes. And this is how we started. First of all, we asked them about the data. Since there's no history, it was easy. We're creating data every day. So we started from 1 order per day, home ordering. At the peak, they were getting 4,000 orders per day.
Wow.
KDD, Kuwait Danish Dairy. Until now, they still have this reactive route, what we called reactive. So we built the AI model, which is machine learning. We're getting the data from them. We know at what time the curfew, at what time those people accept the deliveries. And we start feeding the system. And this is how we tackled the first AI experience, I would say.
Amazing. I'll tell you very quickly, my love story is a product called Dalil, which fights disinformation in the media. There's a lot of media. Imagine every news item coming in. It's very impossible to track and assess and analyze and do the analysis. So we built a big, actually more than 20 AI models that we either leverage or we built to be able to assess all this. So now with a click of a button, you're sorting off millions and millions and millions and millions of pieces of data. Which brings me to the common point between the four. I go back to this. If you listen very well, the four of us here, and in these 4 examples, we were solving very concrete problems. We knew what we wanted to solve, and we leveraged data. Even if you had to synthesize the data, we leveraged the data to be able to succeed. Very interesting lessons learned. Let's go to Q&A. I think we're running out of time, but yeah, go ahead. I want to give microphone.
هاي سمعنا الفيدباك كله شو عم بيصير problems mainly if you go big you fail, if you go use cases step by step it's a success more. This is very clear, but I need to know how much you can leverage on AI product management to fix this problem. Especially to you, Chris, لأنك حكيت عن هذا الموضوع. عم بلاحظ دايما في مشكل between the technical side and the business side. I'm a banker for 20 years, investment banking in Canada. So هلا I'm shifting على AI product management لأنه حسيت I don't come from a technical background, but at the same time عندي البزنس acumen كلياتهم. So ولاحظت based on readings and a lot of information انه what's the missing link is the link between the business and the technical, and this is where it comes the product management. So in your opinion قديش هذا الشيء بيحل المشكل؟ يعني بدل ما يجي السي او او الشركه تقول لك انا بدي اعمل رول اوت للاي اي ما عارفين كيف وما عارفين من وين، قديش البرودكت مانجر بيقدر اكثر يحدد من وين نبلش، كيف نعمل ROI اكبر، كل هالقصص.
Thank you. Malina, no, so we let others come in. Ask. You want to go? But give quick answers.
I think it's a very good question. The PM plays a very important role as the translator between the technical team and business. Oftentimes, the PM spends an equal amount of time in both places. The PM often can make the business case. They can make the business case for certain solutions. Sometimes business has ideas that technically are not feasible within a pilot. Sometimes tech has ideas that also aren't feasible, don't have a good business case. I think the person who is not the ultimate, but the first decision point in like, all right, let's do this, let's not do this, let's route this to the CEO, let's make sure the tech team does this, is the PM. And the PM now has more and more tools to start the experimentation themselves versus having to go to tech and having to invest a lot of money. I could talk more about it, but I want to give you more time.
Another question? Amazing. all come. لا خلاص.
In the break.
في كوتا. Okay, last thing, we have, again, lots of students, of people looking for jobs in AI. To close this, one word of advice, Mario, to students?
I think, yeah, definitely we should embrace, stay curious, but at the same time, watch out. It's not like, as you mentioned, the idea that you worked on with the hype of data and everything. So staying curious is important, but at the same time, we should validate. This is one. And keep the human touch. So AI will not replace us. I think everybody knows this very known proverb, AI will not replace you, but sometimes someone who knows AI will do. So we should embrace this. Being at this position right now, we went through the automation where we have seen the machine replacing people, right? In the manufacturing. But those guys are doing something different now. There is machinization, but they are still working. So it will not replace us. Go for problem-solving attributes, jobs, for creativity, for anything that is human, I think. And that's it. That's from my side. Thank you.
So I actually wanted to flip the question around because...
No cheating.
Yeah, no, no, I'm going to cheat. So instead of telling them or giving them advice, I'm more interested in what are we doing for them, because I noticed there's a lack of proper orientation. There's we don't have a structured approach to helping these students go and be ready for the job market, whether here or abroad. And I would love universities, the government, and other, BDD, ZAKA, to do more to help these students actually
Show
get
of
somewhere.
hands, unfortunately, the ones watching us on the screen, we can't see you. But in the room, how many of you feel, you're not getting the support you need? Slowly the hands are
ما
all
تستحوا.
Yeah. Yeah, half the room. Yeah. كل الشعب اللبناني. Chris?
Yeah, very good point, Roland. I'll probably echo more of what Mario said. I think AI is accessible to most of us, and figuring out where to start is not only a business problem, it's also an individual problem. Sometimes when you're trying to learn a new skill set, knowing where to start is a tough problem. I think stay curious is a great mantra for everyone to have, because you can start, either by watching videos, like YouTube has a wealth of information, other sources, way more panels than this one, a lot of stuff that ZAKA does. I think just playing around with AI on your own, try to create use cases. Think of when you go and interview for a job that requires AI. Folks like us are going to ask you, have you done anything in AI? You do not need to be working at a company that does AI to answer that question the right way. You have a lot of tools in front of you to start using, to start experimenting, small scale, get inspiration from what others have done, but play around with the tools. They're accessible for all of us, and I'm sure you'll figure out a niche and something that excites you throughout the way.
Thank you. Yeah, my advice would be, again, just because it happened last week, don't come into a job interview saying, oh, but I only do AI, I don't want to do software engineering. This is bullshit. And it shows a lack of maturity and a lack of understanding how the reality of things work. Or I don't want to think about the product, It's like you were talking about being a PM and you're making the effort to transition into AI. A PM who doesn't know the basics of AI is not going to also not be. So you have to, this boundary you have to be able to jump. You may be specialized like a major and a minor, but you cannot come and say, I don't do this or I don't do that, because it doesn't work this way. For none of us, it doesn't work this way. Time I think is over. So thank you all, amazing panel. Thank you everyone. And have a great events and career fair. Thank you.
Can we just take a photo with the U4? Maybe you can stand in the middle. Quick photo. Come with us. Yeah. We will take with you. ZAKA. Okay. Okay, we're done. Oh, yeah, one more.
We're not done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. These guys, are you hanging around? Will you be in the networking area? Yeah, perfect. Go and find them in the networking area. Ask them for jobs. Add them on LinkedIn. We have another panel now, so please stay. Spotlight, sorry. They're going to the networking area. Yeah. We'll have another. The next panels and spotlights are continuing. Oh, sorry. We will have more company spotlights and panels starting now. Okay, now I would like to welcome Alexei Attal from Speedlane for our first company AI Spotlight Solutions. We will have a few of these throughout the afternoon, and Speedlane will be the first. Alexei?
Hello. Am I getting a mic? That's awesome.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's on, yeah. Yeah, that's mine. We're good? Awesome, thank you. Hello, friends. I'm Alexei Attal. I am the head of engineering at Speedlane, a premium digital agency that serves clients basically in the USA. I want to talk to you today about AI in enterprises. So to give you a sneak peek how we hire, what enterprises are expecting from AI engineers or software engineers, and I think you will find this helpful. But before we jump into what we're expecting from engineers nowadays, I want to talk a bit briefly about the world before LLMs. So AI-related jobs were limited to AI experts. And here's a bit of confusion. Like, engineers often think that an AI engineer will be creating models, will be creating new algorithms to do embeddings and vector databases. That is no longer the case, and I'm going to explain why. But back then, only data scientists, AI researchers were hired by big companies to introduce big product and projects. Software engineers were only doing the infra and APIs and deployments around those tools in order to help the researchers and the data scientists create products like NLP-related models. So, and we have products like Google Translate, Grammarly, which were the result of that earlier effort. Speech and audio AI, Siri, Alexa, Tesla robotics, YouTube, like recommendation systems. And all of those, you can see, are big names, big companies, And this was all before LLMs. But then a breakthrough happened, and that's the LLMs. Finally now, we can say that AI jobs opened up to all software engineers. We at Speedlane, and as I can see in the market, you rarely need to build any models from scratch anymore. They are still being built, and there are companies that would do that, but the vast majorities of companies now are trying to figure out how to use LLMs to provide value. So the complexity shifted from designing models to integrating them into products. And here I mean mostly LLMs. So software engineers are back in the game, but our industry changed a lot due to LLMs. So here's the catch. Technical expertise is still extremely valuable, but it's no longer enough. And when I'll be mentioning those points, please do not consider that those weren't important in the past. They were. But the balance a bit shifted. Nowadays, soft skills, creative thinking, learning agility, and solving ambiguous problems are more important for software engineers than a few years ago. Soft skills and collaboration is more important because we're dealing more with teams and people. Creative thinking is important because businesses, as the CEOs mentioned, do not fully understand how they can leverage the data they have, the experience they have to introduce AI into their companies. Learning agility is very important because back in the day, the engineering community would feel like every 3 to 5 years, you need to learn something new. iOS development, Android development. That was, when I graduated, those didn't exist. And then, for example, stuff like React. But the time frame was like 3 to 5 years. Nowadays, it's much faster. You feel like every year you have to learn new things. Solving ambiguous problems. As you all know, LLMs, their biggest pros and cons at the same time is they don't give the same output for similar inputs. They can get chaotic, they can hallucinate, and so on. And this has kind of spilled into the business. Today, engineers have to solve ambiguous problems with vague requirements. And this is something engineers usually, in my experience, hate. They always want clear requirements to implement something the way an engineer wants, like no problems, no errors, everything is robust. This has shifted a bit. You have to be ready to solve ambiguous problem and be comfortable with it and confident with it. So while we interview at Speedlane, for example, of course, we check the technical expertise, but that no longer would give you an advantage. What will give you an advantage nowadays is soft skills, creative thinking, learning ability, and solving ambiguous problems. So I'm going to dive a bit into the technical world of what software engineers are doing and how they're driving business value in the AI era. And I'm telling this mostly for junior engineers, students, mid-level engineers, so they know, like, what are we using today with enterprises to implement AI? Those three are used kind of in all AI projects, I could say. The first two are small tools within LLMs. The third one is more of a process, like an infrastructure, RAG. You heard this term a lot. And a piece of advice, if you're going to an interview or anything, please research those three terms and what they do. I will talk a bit about them, but you should really get familiar with those terms. Let's start with function calling. Function calling is a core part of creating agentic backends. What does it do? You can configure your LLM to, in certain circumstances, when a user writes a certain prompt, to call a certain API in your backend. So you can imagine, like, if someone wrote a query about weather in Beirut, you want to get exact data in this exact moment. So you need to reach an API and tell them, I want the weather in Beirut now. And then an LLM cannot do this at this moment. So you configure your LLM to reach out to your backend and get you exact information. Structured output, a bit related, because as I said, this all is cohesive and works together. It simply produces responses in a predefined format. As you know, LLMs generate text. Services, microservices, and computers are not good with just text. You need some format that you can go through, understand, and direct your API requests, your responses. All of that needs a structured output. An example would be a JSON with a specific structure. LLMs can be configured that way to give you the exact structure that you need, and then you can send that structured output to an API or whatever to a user in case the front end is expecting, for example, a structured output. RAG is a bit more advanced. So this is mostly about retrieving context-rich information. So it's simply a technique that you integrate with an existing system, and this is why all companies love this. They already have data, they already have content, they already have systems. They have no idea how to integrate AI with it. So what we do as software engineers, we gather the company documents, databases, all kind of content. We clean it, we store it into vector databases, which I'll explain in a second. We augment the prompt, the user prompt, with the retrieved knowledge from the database of the company, and then we generate a context-aware answer. And that way, AI is suddenly very useful to companies. And I'll go, like in 2 slides, I will explain this a bit because I think it's very important. So the first stage is understanding the data of a company and their business. And then using that information and that content, we clean the data. Imagine you have a lot of HTML pages, for example. You do not need any HTML tags in your data, if that's your use case. So you need to make sure, for example, to clear all the HTML tags because they will cause poorer answers and more hallucinations from LLMs. After cleaning the data, you have to chunk it. This is how LLMs work. And those chunks have to kind of overlap so the LLMs understand the context. And this needs a bit of trial and error because different LLMs have different capabilities of how big or how small the chunks can be and how much they can take. After we get the chunks, we transfer them, we transform them to vector embeddings. This is done by LLMs. Like, for example, OpenAI API will create the embeddings for you. And the final stage would be to insert it in the vector database. Here comes the retrieval part. And this is also a simple schema of how we're implementing it to enterprises. A user writes a query. We have to transform it to an embedding as well, so the vector DB can understand it. We select the top chunks from the vector DB, and we feed it to the LLM. Now the LLM has the context of the company that we're working with. And then we also feed the LLM with the user query and the history that we're storing. So this is like an additional layer, the history, in case you want your system to remember what the user has done with your system. And finally, we feed those 3 things to the LLM, and we get a context-aware response. Here, of course, we return the result to the user, and also we store it to the history. This is a simple schema, again, of how we're building RAG systems today. I will talk briefly about 2 examples of 2 companies that we have implemented AI solutions for. The first one is Probable Futures. It's an organization that cares about climate change, and they want to make it easier for users to get data about climate change and their risks. So what we did is we implemented an AI-powered chatbot. And as you can see here, a combination of structured outputs, function calling, is enough for us to say, like, the user writes, I'm curious about the weather in Beirut in case there's a 3 degrees Celsius warming. As you can see, the LLM replied with, I noticed you're asking about locations. And here we are injecting some structured data here. So the front end can show what options can the user check and what options does the platform support. So let's say the user clicked the very hot days button. We go again, we fetch in the back end days above 38. In Beirut, we will have, so if there's overheating, 3 degrees. So how many days will we have above 38 degrees C? The answer is 1. Above 45 degrees, still 0 for Beirut. Also, we are injecting some maps in the answer. And all of this answer is an LLM answer. However, it is context aware, and it's using the company's data. And here's a proof that we are using history in our RAG system. So I asked the LLM, what city did I ask about? And they told me, you asked about the weather in Beirut. This is how we know that it is context aware, the history is being stored, and we're using the company's content. Another startup in the USA is Aboard. They are building business apps using an LLM. The way they say it on their website, built in minutes by AI, perfected by humans. This is much more complicated project and very ambitious, and we really love it. The goal here is to write a prompt, a well-written prompt. The LLM will help you, so it would be kind of a discussion with the LLM. So for example, you tell the LLM, generate a web-based HR management app with 3 roles, admin, HR, employee. Then we describe what those roles can do, what the app can do, like request PTOs, see calendar with holidays, include salary tracking, blah, 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 blah. The LLM will have a discussion with you. We will store all of this in the database. And I won't show how this part works because due to time constraints, but I will show the result. This app is entirely built by AI. No human work so far except the prompts. It already built using React, mobile view, desktop view, employee directory, a dashboard, PTOs, adding an employee. So it set up everything, the full stack, deployment, databases, everything. Like, it's really ambitious and really nice. So I'll shut up for a second. The goal of Aboard is to enhance those with humans. So AI is not taking our jobs. The CEO said that. I agree. On the contrary, some jobs will disappear. There's a flood of jobs coming to software engineers. However, they need to get prepared to what's coming and learn a bit about at least those terms that I have mentioned during my presentation. Thank you for joining me. I don't know if there's any time for questions. Is there, or any questions? You're welcome.
I had a background in engineering, and there's now a big transition happening from software engineer to more product or project management. And with the help of the AI tools that we're having right now, like also having like multi-agentic AIs or RAG systems, and what you just showed about Aboard, was it right?
Aboard, yeah.
Aboard, there's also like Lovable, Base 44, and such solutions. It's more about understanding the complexity and the connections between all these together.
Correct.
To find the perfect solution for whatever problem we're having. So it's not always like AI just part of the solution. There's the automation part, there's the clean data part of that. So I think the future of the software engineers is much more operational than actually just the coding part or the architectural part. Making these connections is kind of the future for it, so it's mostly in the project management area.
Yeah.
My question is, how can we, for Lebanon now and internationally, how can we prepare those engineers in such a manner that they are not, we call it like curse of knowledge, so they are actually prepared to understand the business aspects, do the connections with the technical part, and come up with a wholesome solution?
Sure. I'll tell you how we're solving this problem at Speedlane. First, you have to break the mental block of software engineers when it comes to soft skills. It always seems that they want to focus on coding. You have to break that barrier and tell them soft skills are important, which was one of my slides today. The second step would be to send them to workshops where they can learn soft skills. We have personally sent a lot of engineers to attend soft skills, and then they can learn how to communicate better, how to do these human types of work. But I want to just mention one thing. Software engineers and technical expertise will still be very much in high demand. However, you just need to add that soft skills factor to it. And then you can land a very good job. That's our approach. We're sending people to schooling and workshops.
Thank you, Alexi. I'm sure there's going to be many more questions. I think we better move to the next company spotlight. Thank you so much.
Should I give this to you?
Oh, yeah. Maybe I should use that one instead. This one's better. Thank you, Alexi. Are you staying around for networking today? Till 4. Oh, take a picture. So you can go and ask Alexi for a job, guys, in the break.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, Alexi, you have to come back. We're in Lebanon. They love photos. Thank you so much. The next, I've got 2 microphones now. The next company spotlight is Maids.cc. Hello, welcome. Please take this microphone.
That's true. Hey everyone. So, my name is Acing. I will be introducing you to Maids.cc company. All right. So at Maids.cc we provide. Sure. Sorry, I'm not used to it. At Maids.cc we provide clients with maids and visa services. So we take care of the full process from hiring the maids, interviewing them and issuing their visas and bringing them to Dubai. So whenever you hear Maids.cc company, you will never think about 10 LLM-based chatbots, 20 AI tool, and 750 AI and tech people working on the company. But that's what we built, the most unexpected AI powerhouse in UAE. Why does Maids company need an army of engineers? Because simply we can't serve 140K unique monthly users and issue, let's say, thousands of visas and issue 10,000s of salaries. And we don't need more agents to do this. However, we need a better system. And that's why we're investing millions of dollars in AI and automation. Let's have a quick look at what we do at Maids.cc, or actually what automation and AI have done at Maids.cc. We launched our face sales chatbot in September 2023. And as a result, the monthly sales has increased by 40%. And our customer base has increased from 8K to 22K active clients in just 2 years. And it's noteworthy that the 8K active clients took 9 years of the company age to get. However, the 14 additional K took only 2 years by AI and automation. We also automated a lot of visa processes. And the visa in UAE now, it's taking us 5 days instead of 20 days, just because we're using AI and LLMs. And we're saving around $1 million a year that were spent on manual procedures and documentation. And we did a lot of other automations, like we enhanced our customer service chatbots, where we have now more than 10K good reviews. And yes, we are the second largest AI employers company in UAE. However, our DNA is a startup. So we have 75% of our team is under 30, and 65% of our team is under 25. And 20% of our team has moved to management in just a year. And this is our culture. Let's take an example of one of our team colleagues, Mario Garius, who has joined the company 8 years ago, and he has promoted to CEO in just 5 years. So Mario Garius is not just an example of how ambition and growth are encouraged at Maids.cc, but also accelerated. This is our CEO, and I was scrolling over his LinkedIn profile yesterday, and it was enjoyable, as if I'm reading a book. He's sharing recipes for leadership, for how to scale companies, how to lead people, how to lead high-performance people, actually. Now let's meet some of our leaders who are under 30. Remember the statistics, 75%. I would rather you listen to them. It's not working. It's a Google issue, it's not ours. Yes. Yeah, sure. So at Maids.cc environment, you have the culture of hybrid work. You can work remotely, you can work from office, you can work from a coffee shop. It's not about where you log in from. It's about how productive you are. So we'll wait for this video. No, it's not on YouTube. It's on Drive, no? Yeah, sure, sure. All right, let's go. So we're actively hiring. We have these positions. We're looking for business analysts, AI business analysts, data engineers, software engineers. We have all capabilities, and the technology is more accessible now. So we're only limited on the number of talents we have. So we're highly and actively recruiting, and I encourage everyone. And if you know anyone is interested, to apply to us. Regarding the hiring process, it's too straightforward. It's not a typical Lebanese process. It takes a maximum of 2 weeks, and it has 4 stages. The screening process, and you go for IQ tests. Then you have 3 interviews, one with the HR, another with the hiring manager, and the last with the general manager. All right, on our LinkedIn page, we're not talking about ourselves only. We're launching a lot of educational content. We're launching how AI can be integrated with real business and with real scenario. And we're sharing a lot of our culture and how our environment is. Did the video work? All right, sure.
Do we have any questions? I've actually met loads of the developers from Maids.cc in Dubai, and yeah, and everybody says what an amazing development team you have and what a good culture you have. Maybe you can speak a little bit about the culture.
Yeah, sure. So actually, our team is about business team that go collect the requirements, go search for new technologies, and bring them to the company. The developers team is the one responsible for implementing it. And yes, this is the hierarchy. However, we're working now to enhance it more, and we're integrating more technologies to reduce the development size by introducing more LLMs and more AI tools to make it more fast-paced.
Okay, interesting. How many developers do you have?
I believe we have almost 80 developers, and we have more than 140 business analysts.
Wow.
Yes, and
they're all in Lebanon?
They operate from 10 different countries.
Okay.
We have in UK, we have in Paris, we have here in Lebanon. We have a huge group in Lebanon.
Okay, great. So guys, we know where to go for our first company. I'm coming to you for my students that I'm teaching. They can come and work with you. And what do you think about the future, for example, in your job, day to day? What do you think that will look like in like a year or two in your exact position?
To me personally?
Yeah.
All right. So personally, I joined Maids.cc 2 years ago, and I have promoted, let's say, 4 times, and I'm now leading.
4 times in 2 years?
4 times
well,
in
guys,
2 years.
we all need to go work at Maids.cc.
My performance is highly appreciated, and salaries and raises and bonuses are related to performance. We don't have any bureaucracy like the Lebanese, typical Lebanese companies. Mm-hmm. And yes, I'm now leading a department, so I'm a process improvement leader there, and we're looking more. For sure, we won't have 5-6 promotion CEOs because we have only 1 slot. But yes, it's a great opportunity for growth.
Okay, great. And you work from here?
Yes, I'm actually Palestinian, but I live here.
I teach Palestinians. Got lots of Palestinians that need jobs. Yallah. Okay, we're good for the video?
Thank you.
Keep going. Okay, what else can you tell us?
Questions?
Wait, maybe you can tell us about how you started. What did you do before Maids.cc?
Yeah, sure.
What did you study?
I graduated. Yeah, sure. I graduated from Ayoub with ITM certificate, business IT. I joined a company called Karma. I'm not supposed to do ads to other companies.
It's okay.
So then, after a year, I joined Maids.cc. And joining my Maids.cc on a personal level was a development on all aspects, not only career-wise.
Yeah.
It changed my life a lot.
Yeah.
So in terms of health, fitness, etc., reading, I started reading. So yes, and in any company, your inspiration, can I have your inspiration? Who you are inspired by? Sam Altman, Navarra Vicant, Steve Jobs. Yes, yours. Nice. All right.
Steve Jobs.
Any other inspirations?
Your mom.
All right. So here in Maids.cc, it's totally the opposite. Our inspiration is our CEO.
Yeah.
It's not Tim Cook, it's not Steve Jobs, it's not anyone. It's our CEO.
Yeah.
And they are careful environment. It cares for the company growth and personal growth.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Thank you.
And do they help you focus on your own soft skills as well as your technology?
It's the most important thing they recommend. They always tell us that technical skills, you can gain them from any YouTube video.
Yeah.
Our
totally
soft skills, they need ages to develop. And
you need to practice them, so you can't just learn them online.
That's true. How to talk to people, how to write an email, how to communicate, how to actively listen. Yeah. They teach all of this. How to write meeting agenda, meeting minutes.
Yes.
They focus a lot on soft skills.
And even the developers need to know these skills, right?
Yes.
It's not just for the admin or the management team.
Yes, that's true.
Everybody should know them.
Yes, and we haven't learned this by universities or life.
Yeah, yeah.
We just learned it here.
Yeah.
the business etiquette.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We're ready for the video. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
sure.
No, it's really interesting. It seems like you have a great environment for work at Maids.cc. I'm just curious to know, how do you really handle, you said that you are having employees like in more than 10 countries, right?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you like deal with the team bonding, and how do you keep like this great team spirit, knowing that they operate like in 10 different countries and there's a growing number of employees?
Great question. Many of our employees, actually 80% of our employees are located in Syria and Lebanon and Dubai. All right, so the team bonding there is a little bit easy. So actually last Saturday we had a hike with our CEO for 5 hours, and tomorrow we have a run. I encourage all of you to come if you want to meet us and our environment. We'll be gathering at 7 a.m. if you're not the morning person. So we're gathering at Zaytuna Bay, and we'll have 5 kilometers run with the head of product and the CEO. So I believe the team bonding, in Ramadan we do iftar. In Christmas we join together. The CEO, wherever he goes, let's say he went one time to Africa, and we only have in South Africa one colleague there. So he went to meet him only. So that we're taking care of this, and thanks to Lean, she's taking care of the bonding of the company and all the plans.
Amazing. Yeah.
Let's watch it.
Want to know more about our talented 30 under 30 leaders driving the AI and tech division here at Maids.cc? Let's meet some of them.
My name is Annabelle Tabet. I'm 24. I'm an industrial engineering graduate from the Lebanese American University, and I've been working with Maids for a year. I started taking on more leadership responsibilities as soon as 2 months into the job.
Hello, I'm Adam Nazar. I'm a 24-year-old business analyst at Maids.cc. Within the span of 5 months, I grew from a junior BA to a lead business analyst and got relocated into Dubai, and now I manage all AI implementations in the MV department.
Hello, my name is Shikar Khalife. I'm a 23-year-old AB graduate, and I got promoted within 2 months.
Hi, my name is Sami Al-Muhammad. I'm a mechanical engineering graduate from Ayoub. I'm currently head of product at Maids.cc. I've been here for 2 years and I got promoted 3 times.
Hello, I'm Manuela Halo, a 25 years old AUB graduate. I joined Maids.cc in August, and within less than a year I got promoted 2 times.
Hi, my name is Karim Aid. I'm 22. I just graduated from AU majoring in petroleum engineering, and since joining Maids, I got promoted several times and took over the sales department within a few months.
Hi, I'm George Elias. I'm 22 years old and I'm still studying at the Lebanese University Faculty of Engineering. I joined the company 1 year ago and I'm now leading chatbot development processes in the company.
Hello, I'm Sharbel. I'm 24 years old. I graduated last year from AUB. I'm a process improvement leader. It's been 1 year and a half since I joined the company, and I got around 3 promotions.
Hi, I'm Yusuf. I'm a mechanical engineering graduate from the Lebanese University, and I got promoted to process improvement lead at Maids.cc in 9 months.
So these are our leaders. They are 22, 23, 25, and the most shocking part is we have petroleum engineer, and we have his colleague as well, and we have a lady studying medicine, and she's working with us as business analyst. So this is our culture. So the right question is not what Maids.cc, why Maids.cc needs AI. It's whether do you want to be one of the people building it or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to this point. Oh, picture. Feel like a celebrity. Oh, it's coming. One more. Think for me.
I celebrated with my birthday in front of the company 3 days ago.
That's so fun.
Awkward, not fun.
Larissa, we need you. Not just us. Oh, the slides. Thank you so much. Everybody now knows where to go, yeah? Find this guy. Now, onto one of the main topics of today, which I'm sure everyone here is very interested in, building your AI career. From learning to landing your first role, moderated by the wonderful Amanda from ZAKA. She's here. The other panelists are Ammar and Mohanna from Ayoub. Been waiting to meet you. Mireille. Mireille's here? Yeah. Amazing. From APGAR. And Nicolas Khoury, who's an LAU lecturer, amongst many other things. Please come to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. It's great to have a varied group of AI leaders so that everyone can share his expertise and inspire our young leaders. Maybe we can start with a common question where each one of you can simply tell us how you entered the field and what inspired you or motivated you. We can start, Ammar.
Please, go on. Thank you. So actually, it was my love for communication and natural language that led me to AI. So my background is in computer science. I have a bachelor degree and then a master's in computer security. It's only when I started my PhD in information retrieval that I got fascinated by the fact that machines can actually not only process data, but they can understand the language and they can generate the language. So it was something really fascinating to me. This is how I got hooked. And then the journey started, because once you want to learn something or excel or become an expert, it has to become a life pursuit. So you have to put a lot of effort in learning, experimenting, doing the upskilling, because back then there was no AI in education, at least in the educational system in Lebanon. So we had to look at abroad, and then we have to rely on ourselves to be able to augment and learn more about the field.
Thank you. Nicolas.
Okay, hello, everyone. So I'm Nicolas. My experience in AI is a little bit different than Ammar and Mireille's. Originally, I am an infrastructure specialist. I deploy applications on the cloud, on premise. So most of my experience is on deployment perspective and infrastructure perspective. Plus, lately, I took on more managerial and leadership roles. So maybe 3 years ago, I was working with EDT and Partners as a director of technology. And we started working with AI. We wanted to get projects related to AI. And I don't have really AI expertise. So I teamed up with Ammar, actually. We joined together the team. And it was with Ammar that I started learning AI from a managerial perspective and deployment perspective. And up until today, I still do this. I deploy all sorts of ML models, LLMs, all that kind of stuff. Like Mireille said, I think that whenever you want to start with something or you want to master something, it's an ongoing journey of learning. So even today, with 12 years of experience, whether in engineering or in management, I am still learning on the go. And I believe that I have to keep on learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolas, Mireille, Amanda, and ZAKA for hosting the event. Thanks so much. So I hope I'm audible. My journey is way less inspirational, to be honest. My father is a university professor, and as soon as I started my career, he was like, this is 2014, he was like, yeah, forget everything ECE, do your job and like pass the grades, and then you need to focus on AI stuff. And this is what I did. He got me some books, and I got started. And then, like, you get hooked, right? So this is your specialty. This is what you do. You're doing it well, like it or not. You're doing it well. Yeah, this is eventually how I went into this journey. I think it is as the speaker said, it is a very nice domain to be in. The uncertainties are amazing, and the challenges are continuous. So I've been in the domain for like like on the industry level, PhD aside, like 5-6 years something. It is challenging on a daily basis. And this is what I like about this domain. You keep getting a new exposure, and the connection to the business and to the C-level is high. So this is something that is more motivational. I'm not going to be developing, with all due respect, back-end solutions that without actually understanding the business. I'm talking to the business decision makers. This is what makes it a bit more interesting.
So maybe even if you are kind of forced to enter the field, but what motivates you is basically the ongoing challenges and uncertainties, as you mentioned.
And the hype.
Yeah, technically. Okay, so maybe also, Ammar, you can share with us how your academic background and the research journey shaped your opportunities in AI as well.
So this is also a bit untraditional as well. I thought of PhD as a way for someone to pay me to study. So it was really nice. I went to Microsoft in Italy and I did my PhD there. It was COVID back then. It was very chaotic in Italy, as you guys might remember. So they paid me for 3 years of study and I exploited the hell out of this time. And it was like really amazing, to be honest. How did it connect like the research mindset? This is a bit different from other industries because like we were learning. And speaking of ZAKA here, back in 2018, it was the first time, like I was on LinkedIn and no one was AI on LinkedIn. So I reached out to Chris, who was Chris Zughbi, CEO of ZAKA, who was in Starbucks Mansouriya. And this is how I met ZAKA actually. And that's it.
Thank you. I guess, Mireille, you have a complete different perspective, focusing or shifting from academia to industry. Maybe you can focus more on the gaps that we have currently between what young professionals or students learn in academia versus what is needed out there in the job market.
Yeah, actually, it was one of the reasons that I shifted from academia to industry, because when it started, of course, we all know that AI dates back to the 1950s, so it's not something new. It was just simply that moment when OpenAI came up with ChatGPT, everybody went crazy and said that we need to integrate AI in our industries, in our systems, we need to transform how we do business. And then I saw there is an opportunity. I saw that it's going to change. Even the educational system is going to change. And it is now or never, whether I make this radical move from academia to industry and start filling those gaps. Because actually in academia, we work in research. We work in controlled environments. We have almost ready data to be used. This is completely far from industry. In industry, we care about scalability. We care about robustness. We want to go to production. We want to solve business problems, which are very different than what we actually do in research labs. And the challenges there are cost, are talents. We need to meet the deadline. It is costing a lot. It has a business impact that is quite different from what we actually see or we don't see in academia. We don't even hear about it, not until we go and maybe we get shocked in our first position. Then we learn, oh, this is too much different than we have seen in our courses or in our classes. So it is important to learn the foundation, but without actually the hands-on and industrial environment where the challenges are really high, it's very difficult to learn and to grow. So it is important for us to do this shift at some point or even to balance between them. And it is an opportunity even for academia to collaborate with industry, because this is how they can actually learn what is needed in the market, and they can upskill the students or provide the information that are needed so the students could be ready in order to land their first, their second, or even their 100th job.
And this is exactly what we do. So we kind of back engineer thing and look out at what the job market actually needs so we can design our courses accordingly. Nicolas, I believe you have a complete different story when it comes to entering AI from a managerial perspective, even without any prior knowledge about the field. So what kind of challenges did this create? And what unique set of skills, if you want, does this bring to the table as well?
Okay, so as I said in the first time I spoke, I come from an infrastructure and DevOps background. Plus, when I stepped into management and leadership, there was still no AI back then. I was just doing my job into bridging the gap between business and technology, laying out strategies for the tech team in general, whether it's software, backend. There was no AI. But at the end of the day, as I always say, newer technologies will keep on evolving. I mean, right now we have AI. 5 years ago, we had infrastructure and DevOps, and I think in 10 years, we're going to have something else. So for me, it was all about how do I keep upskilling myself. Now, when I thought to myself, like, how should I involve myself with AI? Because it was a little bit, confusing to me, and I will not lie that social media took the best out of me. You were seeing all these posts, AI is going to change everything, everyone's going to be jobless, all that kind of stuff. So I did panic for quite a short while, but thankfully, I do have enough experience dealing with people and dealing with the industry to know that it's just nonsense. So my story is a little bit different because I am not an AI expert and I am not an AI developer, but I can speak AI. I know what AI requires in terms of development, in terms of cost, in terms of strategy, in terms of whatever. So what I would say is, if you want to join the AI world, everyone can do this, and you don't really have to be an AI expert in the sense of development. Yani for me, for example, whenever I have a question about AI, or if I want to develop a product or a model or a whatever, I wouldn't want to develop it myself. I would just call Ammar, right? If I want to teach AI to someone, I would reach out to ZAKA. So my point is, know your skills, know where you are, and know what you want, and then you will find the solution into how to integrate with AI. You don't have to follow what LinkedIn is always saying, but learn this course, or learn that course, or learn whatever. Just integrate yourself in whatever way possible. I did it from an infrastructure perspective and from a leadership perspective. I never did it from a development perspective, and I will never do it from a development perspective, because it will take me at least 3 to 4 years to just be a good enough AI developer, which beats the purpose. I can put my time and effort into other places where I'm more needed, and then collaborate with other experts where they're needed.
I believe this also takes us back to the point that in which we can highlight probably that we do have the technical roles in AI that require some technical expertise, background in programming and coding, but there are a lot of non-technical AI roles that emerged recently that of course require some knowledge in AI, but without the necessity to know how to code. This also brings a very important point, which is technically what are the skills that companies are looking for nowadays, whether we're talking about technical or soft skills, in order to hire or to have new joiners join their team?
I will answer this very generally, because usually what company wants or what anyone wants in life is someone to get the job done in a reliable, cost-efficient way. You know, I will start with this because it doesn't matter what is the language or framework or cloud infrastructure or whatever that you are doing. It's all about the mindset. If you are reliable, if you know how to learn new stuff, if you are able to get the job done in the most time and cost-efficient way, then this is enough. I will try to give an example from an infrastructure perspective, because I mean this is where my expertise are. In the first 5 years, I focused a lot on AWS, and this is where I worked most of my time, on AWS platforms. But then as I stepped into more managerial roles within multinationals, they had projects on Azure, they had projects on-premise, they had projects on GCP. So I had to teach myself and my team on how to get the job done, or else we would not have projects, right? So when it comes to AI, again, you don't really have to focus on learning a framework or on learning a language, Python, for example, or whatever. It's all about learning the foundations so that you can make better decisions and so that you can adjust yourself based on the shifting needs of the market. Because as we all know, the market is shifting on a daily basis. And what you know today will be irrelevant tomorrow unless you know how to learn something else. So it's all about who you are and the decisions that you take, because there are consequences.
Mireille?
Well, actually, I agree with what Nicolas is saying. At APGAR, for example, when we want to hire or the recruitment process, technical skills are important, definitely, especially if we want to work in development, let's say. And I think even if we are not talking about specific AI positions, but in general, yes, jobs will not be completely gone. But people who knows AI in the same job will replace people who do not know or use AI. Whether you are in HR, whether you are in finance, whether you are in any domain, you need to actually know how to use AI. Now, to focus or to be AI developers or AI consultants, AI experts, you definitely need the technical skills. But what is extremely important is how to solve the business problem. This mindset, the technology is going to change. A couple of years ago, we just had, let's say, LangChain was booming in generative AI. Now we're talking agentic AI. In a couple of months, something else will come. This is not important. I need to understand what the framework does, what I need to do in order to solve the business problem. Because if I adjust the technology, what matters is mapping the problem into an AI use case. So the business, they have a pain point. They want to use AI to solve that pain point that actually exists. This is what we need. So we need critical thinking. We need the ability to understand the business use case and to map it. And we need to speak AI to everyone. So even if I'm a technical person, but I have to meet with people in the job, with clients, with stakeholders, and they are not any AI experts. They do not understand technical AI terms. I have to be able to lay down the information in some way they actually understand it. So all the soft skills that has been discussed throughout the panels, throughout the intro sessions, they are as important as the technical skills. Do not take them lightly, because at least for us, for APGAR, for the recruitment process, this is a crucial step in acquiring a talent and becoming part of the team.
Ammar.
So I would second the thoughts of our fellows. I would just add here that at the end of the day, as they said, continuous learning is the key to actually continuing the success. I can learn a framework, I can learn whatever at the moment, and it's going to move on. I just need to be the person who actually understands the deep technical stuff while being able to communicate with the C-level, with the business, as I said. So by the end of the day, if you're applying to APGAR, for example, I'm not sure like what's your business, but like let's say you do healthcare, right? So
we're data management and
data
AI
management.
company.
So it's not a specific industry. Let's say like a company that does healthcare. So when I'm applying for the business, like when I'm applying for that job, for whatever kind of role, this is something I think of a lot because of my students. So I urge them to have the technical skills. This is a given. Having the full technical skills, the scope, the projects, things that they brag about. And I have a student here in the audience, and they know that I don't accept any projects that are not relevant in to talk about in the interview. So the idea is I'm applying to a healthcare company. I go make a couple of days investing into actually understanding the business of healthcare and the challenges of AI in healthcare. So I can speak the language of the interviewer. At the end of the day, the interviewer wants to hire. He wants to hire someone. So that's their goal eventually. And the more they interview, it's not a pleasure for them because this is time lost. So to help them make the decision, everyone's going to have the technical skills. This is a given today because the barrier to entry is like very, very low. Like if today I want to talk about a couple of like packages, making an API server and then Dockerize it and then making a CI/CD on GitHub, whatever, all of these things. This is one command to cursor or whatever to make all of those for you. So you need to understand what are these, when to use them, and then eventually the actual value that you will bring is that you're going to say that I am working in an edtech industry, and for example, I work with whatever, I cannot say the name, a certain company that teaches languages. For them, their markup yearly on the student is like $5. So if they ask me to make a chatbot that the student can access, I need to make the analysis that I cannot go over 20 cents per year per student. So per token usage, right? So choosing the LLM or choosing the infrastructure to host it locally or not, that's going to be based on that idea. I have 10,000 students. My budget is 20 cents per student. And this is the understanding that they're not going to think of because they are within the hype. We are the ones who understand the hype. So basically being the one to be like, if you're applying to multiple jobs, that's totally fine. You cannot choose an industry and apply to it, right? If you're at junior level. But like whenever you're applying, whenever you have an interview, showcase that you understand the business.
So we can all agree that it's all about continuous learning and mapping whatever you learn into the actual thing that is needed in the job market. You want to add something, Nicolas?
Yeah, I want to add something. 50 years ago, we were in the industrial age, right? Most of the people would work in factories. And in factories, there are different sequential jobs. So you have the upper management, they take all the decisions, they lay out the strategies, and then you have the factory workers. Each one is supposed to do a specific job.
Call them agents now.
Exactly. These people, these laborers, they got replaced by the machines long before AI, you know, but instead of hiring 50 workers to do sequential jobs, we created machines. And these machines replaced all the people who wouldn't upskill themselves, and the ones who stayed were the ones who can operate the machines. Fast forward to software development. 10 years ago, I would need, for example, a team of front and back end and infrastructure, QA, all the kind of people to do mundane jobs, writing APIs, writing services, quality testing, all those stuff. Today with AI, we are automating all these mundane jobs the same way the machines replaced the laborers of 50 years ago. So today, to stay ahead of the market, it's not only about what you know in terms of laboring, it's also how you can use your mind, how you can be strategic, how you can make decisions, and how you can be more efficient. And those are the ones who will stay competing in the job market, whereas the other ones will be the ones who get replaced. So AI will not really replace us as humans, but the same way machine replaced the laborers, AI is going to replace today's laborers.
I believe everyone is encouraged to enter the AI field regardless of their job, their background. But this poses another challenge, and maybe Ammar, you're the best one to answer here. Because you are in direct contact with students, I'm sure you get a lot of questions like, okay, where do I start? There are a lot of resources, there are a lot of YouTube videos, self-paced courses, but where can I start? Or what is the minimum skill set that I need to acquire before applying to my first job, let's say?
So I'm not going to be the one preaching to the convert here, but go for ZAKA. This is my usual. This is my usual advice. If they're not like within an academic infrastructure, if they're already working, yeah, sure, go for ZAKA. Like two things that ZAKA offers. I'm not here to do advertisement, but no, this is the
I'm not sad about that.
I'm going to advertise for myself later. So for ZAKA, the two things that are offered: commitment, like you know that you're going to do 5 months within a cohort of commitment to success, to actually getting somewhere. The second thing is having a holistic view with a very well-designed curriculum, and this is what I personally like about ZAKA. That's one thing. The other thing is that, personally speaking, since 2014, 15, I've never been on a time where I'm not reading a book or taking a course, even if something that you actually know. Today, I know LLMs like extremely well, and I can teach LLMs, but I find a new course on Berkeley's website, and it's like it has interesting people talking in it. I take it just to have a different perspective or to consolidate my ideas. Sometimes an example is all you need. It's not the title of a paper. An example is all you need. So it's a good example, and Amanda, you know that well, is everything you need to have a concept. So yesterday, we were talking in class about explaining the different kinds of attentions. And then the example was technical, positional encoding in the LLMs. So the example was a race car, and then having the cars having the race within a circular like track or something that has curves or something that has slight curves. So this example basically made the idea super clear, and then we went into technicalities. This is exactly like continuous learning is not a title. It's not something to brag about. I always have a course registered, and go for Udemy. It's like $5 like here and there. And
after you check ZAKA.
After you finish ZAKA, exactly. So that was like my second step. And if you are already in the industry, if you do like something, let's say you're a front-end developer, you're a QA engineer, start to be the person who is within the company, knows QA and knows AI. So you would implement that in your work. So you would make better test cases, you would make better pipelines, you would make like an actual good result that is AI powered. I'm gonna always need, like, just like today, we had IT departments previously, now we have an IT personnel. So it's gonna be the same. Someone needs to handle the quality of the code, right? I'm gonna deliver code and someone needs to handle the quality. Why wouldn't that be me who's gonna automate the full job? So I'm gonna be the IT personnel who is still there. Makes sense.
Mireille.
Yeah, so I agree with what Ammar was mentioning, the need to access, let's say, or to have access to well-defined programs or curriculums. But I think what ZAKA could bring, even, I'm not advertising, but also what ZAKA could bring is actually the expertise, because there are a lot of courses. Today, knowledge is free. Everybody could learn anything they want. But when I'm joining ZAKA or other programs, I'm actually aspiring the instructor, their expertise, what they have to share with me from their experience, from their knowledge. And this is the added value that it could be additional to what we see today in the just online courses that are offered on any platform. And not to stick to the foundation, because people who are willing to actually become AI developers, you need hands-on. So you need to put that knowledge that you have learned, the theoretical aspect that you have learned, into practice. So build a portfolio. Start working on projects and not just random. I want to build a recommender system. Okay, you're addressing which problem in business? So show that you are understanding the business problem. You learn the theoretical part, and then you are putting it into a practice by having an actual project, an actual outcome that will serve as your evidence for your interviewer or for any company that you are applying for.
I agree with everything they said, so I'm not going to repeat them. I'm going to add something. The main difference between school and real life is this. In school, they define a curriculum for you, and they tell you if you study well, you will do well in your exams, you will get good grades, and you will succeed. Life, it's the exact opposite. No one will bring you a curriculum. There is no guarantee that if you study and you do well on the job, you're going to succeed. And basically, there is no guarantee to anything. So the best way to do it is to throw yourself in the sea and then learn how to swim. Now, this could be scary, but it doesn't have to be scary, because what I'm trying to say is no one is going to save you or to tell you the best way that you should take in terms of success. No one even can define what success means to you. So as scary as it is, you have to know that you are on your own, and it's up to you to make the effort and the mistakes and learning and to be resilient and to keep on trying until eventually you reach the success that you define. And to make things easier for you, don't expect an easy ride. And don't expect مثل autostrad, this is the way. It doesn't exist. Even me, I make a lot of mistakes. I have confusion. Not everything is clear for me, but I am not really scared of the unknown. I am not scared of trying new things, and I'm not scared of making mistakes. Because if I take the right decision, it's more success for me. If I make the wrong decision, more learning for me, and I redirect. And I don't mean that, this is not like an Instagram post, like it's okay to fail, you will learn. This is actually true. At the end of the day, either you are doing something for your own sake, or you are making a mistake that you have to turn it into your own sake. And that's it. No one's coming to save you. No one will do it for you, yani. Unfortunately.
Mireille, we get a lot of questions from people joining the AI field, like where are the biggest opportunities when it comes to AI, especially in the MENA region, whether by industry, by AI field. What's your thought on that?
Actually, specifically for the MENA region and for GCC, it is rocket pace. So there are a lot of opportunities because it has become a nation strategy. So the government, the nation is actually investing in AI talents, in AI projects. They want people to implement AI and to have it ready to lead their nations. So we have a lot of opportunities, and what we can bring as added value إنه بنحكي بالعربي. Because everything بس for the GCC,
type of challenges, the language itself.
Exactly. Because we are Arab speakers, this is a huge added value, because some of the countries, they still consider Arabic their mother language. نحن الهاي كيفك صباح ثلاثتهم. This is good, but this also means that we need to master the Arabic language, because the opportunity is there for the AI fields, for LLMs, for agentic AI. It's a huge.
Ammar, where do you see the AI roles evolving in the next 5 years?
So that's an impossible question. That's to agree on, but like
Maybe
let's
you can
try.
give them an advice.
Yeah.
Like for someone looking to land his first job in AI, for example.
So let's not think shorter. Maybe let's try to think strategically for someone who is within a career of studying and working and so on. Because at the end of the day, as Nicolas said, like when you're an employee, someone is paying for you to learn. When you're an actual PhD or a master's student, someone is paying for you, مش بالماستر بس PhD, someone is paying for your time to learn. So think of it this way. I'm sorry, industry, but think at the end of the day, we are all selfish. And we need to apply this selfishness for both the company's benefits and your own benefits. So it's not a family, it's not whatever. That said, it is very beneficial to stay within one company in some cases. Because if you work in a healthcare industry or in the edtech industry and so on, having more and more products being built on the time with like lots of variations and so on, you're going to be an AI expert who's specialized in edtech or an AI expert who's specialized in healthcare. So that's going to bring value by itself. So you wouldn't have to chase opportunities anymore. You're going to be the reference when it comes to AI in healthcare. You're going to be.
It's very unique.
It is extremely unique, and the deeper you go in that, the more it makes sense. So if you're in healthcare, for example, you're an AI and healthcare expert who specializes in CT scans. Roles are very few. That's correct, but like this is the person to fit the role at the end of the day. So this is how I see things evolving. Like Abu Issam's styles of doctor in Bab al-Hara wouldn't apply anymore. So you need to be specialized in something. And this specialization needs to keep going more and more, just like medicine did, just like software engineering did. It started with a general engineering role, and then it started evolving into specific roles.
Nicolas.
Anna, I think, like Ammar said, I cannot predict what will happen in 5 years. But from seeing history, everything that has more supply than demand will require you to be more pivoting or more flexible. So 10 years ago, it would have been so much easier to predict that for the next 20 years, I will be just having a stable career evolving from junior to mid to senior and then to management. That existed. Today, I don't think this exists and will keep on existing in the near future. Yani, there is so much supply and there is little demand, right? So, and I think in the future it's going to get worse. So the best way for you to always gain a seat is to always be flexible enough for you to pivot between job positions, between learning experiences, between even your expectations. Like for example, 7 years ago, I would dream of putting a plan for the next 10 years. Right now, I mainly put a plan for the next 6 months or 1 year. And even with that, I am ready to pivot at any point in time. Just because there are so many experts when it comes to AI, when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to DevOps, regardless of whether they deserve it or not, but they exist. At the same time, there is not enough funding for technology as much as there were before. So you have to take all of these into consideration when you are putting a strategy for your life, whether it is short-term or long-term, just so that when things happen, and we live in the Middle East, like every day something happens. But if something happens, you cannot stay stuck because your mind is stuck into just one way of thinking. All the startups that think rigidly like this, they fail, whereas the ones who know how to pivot, they survive, basically. I'm not going to say succeed, I'm going to say survive.
Mireille?
I would just like add one thing here, maybe a rule of thumb that might help to know your situation with respect to the AI development. I think if you are still challenged mentally on a daily basis in your work, then you are doing a good job. This is what I try to think of at all times, maybe.
Yeah, I will not repeat what they said. It's very hard to predict. But what is important is that we should always take risks in order to learn more. So today, I think not everybody is coming from an AI background, but they made that risk, they made that investment to learn more because they have seen that this is the trend. And the trend is always going to change. So it's not fixed. We have to understand where the market is going, what is going to be needed, and then do the work to adapt we come to any position with everything that we have learned. So we're never starting from scratch because you come as a complete person to the position. So everything that we have learned will shape the future for the positions. But in terms of statistics, it's very hard to actually give us an answer.
But you know, we are the masters of chaos and living day by day. And Jihad, I'm not even joking. Like us as Lebanese, we are really masters at living in uncertainties. It's the same in business. Just apply whatever you're doing in your real life, in your day-to-day life, put it in business, and it will happen. If it's not today, in 2 years. If not in 2 years, in 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you for the insights. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope it was great for everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, let's take a picture.
Just can we take a photo? Thank you. Larissa? With me. Go closer. Larissa, we need you. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to leave questions for the break now. We have a break until 2 for lunch. Please make sure you're back here at 2 to start. And 2 p.m. Yeah. And go network, get your LinkedIn out, go find those jobs.
بدي اطلع الفيديو على السكرين.
Here, ideas are born, businesses take flight, and communities grow together.
When we started, we knew the journey wouldn't be easy. BDD provided us with the support and infrastructure we needed to scale.
Lebanon has some of the brightest talent in the region. They need the right environment to innovate. They can find it here at BDD.
Hope is what we've built over 20 years of constant challenges, reaching global markets through every innovation.
In Beirut, talent and determination build the economy, but the community power is what makes it thrive.
Beirut is more than a city. It's a mindset. It's a movement. It's a home for many who dare to dream.
Be strong, Beirut. Together, we will keep going, because here is where we dare to dream.
Test.
لا بدون هيدا مليان بدنا يقول لك هلا
This panel, next panel, is a very hot topic today. It's about once I manage to land a job interview, how do I actually perform my best when I'm in that interview? So please join me for the next amazing panel, Acing AI Job Interviews. This has a long title, but you can read it here. Moderated by a man who needs no introduction, Elias Boustany from Forward MENA, joined by Abdou Ayoub from Paragon Shift, ZAKA from, did I say it right? Laham, CME, and Joseph Francis. Please come and take to the stage.
Thank you, Laura. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. I hope you had a soft lunch and you're not too sleepy. So today, on this panel, we'll be discussing how to ace the interview process. So we have with us 3 companies that are doing amazing things in the AI field. They are building out of Lebanon in order to serve their solutions globally in different countries. So we're going to introduce the different speakers will introduce themselves and a cool AI project that you have been working on lately, so that you get more of a natural stories about how things are being, what kind of exciting solutions are being built out of here. So please go ahead.
All right. Hi, everybody. I hope you've been having a good day. I know I was here for the opening in the morning, and it was pretty impressive. There's a lot of people that are involved in this, super exciting. So let's do a little bit of introduction. My name is Abdou Ayoub. I'm the founder and CEO of Paragon Shift. At Paragon Shift, we believe that companies are sitting on a gold mine of information. The question is, how do we take that data and monetize it? So in order to be able to make better decisions. So we're focused on all things that are data and AI. We're going to talk about AI today. There's quite a few different branches of artificial intelligence. Yes, to your point about exciting projects, there's really too many to pick from, but there's a common theme lately, and it's the fact that companies would like the ability to chat with their data. So we worked on creating data warehouses, and those were part of the exciting projects and challenging projects. How can I chat with my data so I can get more insights from it, not necessarily just be restricted with the reports that we get out there? So we'll talk a little bit about that during the session.
Thank you, Abdou. Joseph?
So I'm Zahi. I'm the data unit lead at CME Offshore. A quick introduction about CME. CME is a company that works with services, solution services in the field, and we work with different companies with different sectors, with different businesses and different domains, basically. Lately, there has been a huge increase of demand for data and AI positions, and what we're trying to do is to spread knowledge on what does it mean actually to have, what does machine learning mean in a context, you know, because building models is cool, but how can you put it in a production-ready environment? Like, how can a company or a client really benefit from the machine learning model that we built? So, pretty excited to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Joseph.
Hi, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Is this working? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So, my name is Joseph Francis. I do managed services with Atria Solutions. Okay. All right. So Atria Solutions is a solutions integrator. We work in cybersecurity. We work in contact center. We work in DevOps. We come from a networking background as well. So we're trying to transform what we do into AI enhanced services for our clients. And I can mention some projects that we worked on recently. We transformed our managed services into cognitive managed services now. We embedded AI into log analysis. We embedded AI to get a faster response for our clients to provide better services. We also embedded AI in contact centers. So we have AI agents. We have also AI assists that will help enhance the customer journey. So basically, that's what we're doing.
Excellent. And you grew quite fast, right? Like you started a couple of years back, Atria. And
Yeah,
then,
Atria is newly founded, but the team that's behind Atria is a large team from the past. It's from like 22 years before.
Okay.
So.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So the good news is that all these companies are currently actively hiring and looking for talent. So I would like just a raise of hands. So any fresh grads here or? Okay, so 4. And any people who have started their careers that are looking to shift into AI roles or? Okay, excellent. So almost half-half. So would love to know more, Zahi, also from your end and then from everyone's. What kind of roles you're looking to fulfill within your companies?
So basically, after like machine learning jobs existed long before OpenAI, long before November 2023, around that time. But since then, people suddenly realized that we have a lot of data. Now what? Just a note that before November, data still existed, in a sense that we still needed Power BI reports, we still needed visualization tools. But suddenly, the attention that I can communicate with my data, as Abdou said, it became very intriguing. People wanted it as such. So basically, at CME, because we're service-oriented, we basically target people that have some sort of a domain background, not specifically with experience, but more of a logical way of thinking. For example, if we're hiring for a healthcare market research industry in the US, we look for people who really don't need to have experience with this, but are able to answer our questions related to this topic. Because Gen AI, as I said before, if it's not put in the correct context, it's just a tool that you know, but is not beneficial. So that's what we're hiring for, different domains. We also have IoT devices where we can check for subway, where we check food safety, where we use actual machine learning model, not Gen AI. For that, we do some hiring over there as well. So it's a very scattered.
Interesting, and it's quite interesting that AI has been here since the 50s in practice, but like the public now hype since November 2023, where ChatGPT was out. This is where companies now are running to implement AI cases, and we're seeing also some overlap, like the use cases that they want to deliver are things that could be done before Gen AI, but it's good for
just a note, I feel bad for a company called BERT. So BERT were basically the first whoever came up with the theory of transformers and how to translate transformers into text. But then they didn't have enough funding, and OpenAI did. So,
good point. Joseph, how about you guys? What kind of role are you recruiting? Roles, yes, related to AI.
Yeah, we're looking mainly for DevOps, for Dev AI roles. So we're looking for someone who can come in, take a look at our processes, our internal processes, and take a look at our clients' processes, and be able to understand the business case behind it, and think about where we can use AI to enhance all of this. In case it's something internal, a service that we're trying to sell, or if it's some problem we're trying to solve for a customer.
Okay, excellent. So you would advise each customers based on their needs, what is the ideal DevOps process and what kind of tools they need to implement.
It's gonna be tailor-made. We're not looking to launch something that's used by everyone.
Okay. How about you, Abdou? What kind of roles are you seeking to recruit?
So right now, if we think about the AI lifecycle of a project, most of the time we tend to focus on the impact and the outcome at the end. But there's a lot of foundational work that has to be done from a data engineering perspective to have the data ready so we can build the models on it so that we can create the impact. So if you think about it, there are really 3 different layers to it. There's the data engineering aspect to have that data ready. There's the modeling component to answer the business question. And then at the end, there's the visualization aspect. How do we tell the story based on the data and the models that are there so that somebody can make a decision? So in fact, there are 3 different roles that are in there. So there's the engineering, there's the data scientist aspect, and then there's the data analyst for the visualization. So those are the 3 roles.
Excellent. And what are the skills you look for within those candidates, typically like technical, Let's start with technical skills.
Great question. A lot of times, historically, people would look at Python and SQL, and that's great. Those are foundational skills; they have to be there. But the nature of the market has changed. Python and SQL is great if you're building a model and a POC on your own laptop. What happens when you want to take that to production? In other words, it's great when you have one user doing it. What happens when 10 need to use it, 100, 1,000? That's not a design that you're going to do here. So this is where we start looking for people who have skills in cloud platforms. So somebody that has comfort with either the Microsoft stack, the Google stack, people that have skills operating with APIs, just having that skill set over there. And so that's from the technical perspective. Solutions like Microsoft Fabric or Databricks, those are products we can take to production.
Okay,
yep.
Excellent. And Joseph?
For profiles, you're asking about.
Yes. Yes. What kind of technical skills you're looking for in order to fulfill those roles? What are the most important ones?
Yeah. So as Abdou mentioned about Python, we think that Python knowledge is essential, but it's not everything. Okay. We're more interested in how can someone think about solving a specific problem than the actual technical skills that they require. But if we want to speak technically on technical skills, exactly, I think Python, basic knowledge in Python, good knowledge in Python, and some cloud machine learning, now we're seeing that as well. And in case of Atria Solutions, it's also about Dev AI Ops as well. So.
Excellent. Zahid?
Cloud, any cloud solution basically, whether it's GCP, AWS, or Azure. But basically, I think that either data or software engineering are prerequisites for any position related to either data, AI, or Gen AI. So I think that's it.
So interesting. Like it's about all the fundamentals, and not like none of you mentioned specific AI skills, right? So building AI solutions is mostly about being able to juggle different capacities. The least one is AI, and it's more about learning new frameworks, having the fundamentals. Even in my case, like I used to love programming. I used to do it in Java, but then you had the new frameworks coming up. I wasn't able to cope, and I stopped it. But now, thanks to Gen AI, I'm able to learn quite fast and translate what I knew how to do for years back to currently. There is a lot of talk about soft skills. So many employers say that technical skills are not important, it's all about soft skills. So do you agree about that? And then if so, what are the top skills that should be used, Zahid?
To me, it's two things. One, implementation, adaptation. Someone who's able to adapt quickly. Okay, the field is changing so fast. LLMs are changing so fast. One day we have a coding assistant that does this. The other day it does a completely different thing. So being able to probe during the interview process on how quickly this person or this candidate is able to adapt to changes, to me is the most important thing nowadays, right? Because the field is changing so fast. And so the second soft skills that I think of is the ability to deliver ideas. One of the major challenges in machine learning is not convincing the client to use it, okay? Because to them, it doesn't do the correct job they do in Excel. So having someone who's able to deliver idea in a way that is convincing is very important as well. And he has to have the correct theoretical background on top of all of this, under all of this, sorry, in order to deliver this type of messages to the clients during delivery or demos.
Excellent. Abdou?
I think I would agree. The two major traits we look for are curiosity and communication. Curiosity is absolutely necessary because the space is moving so quickly. You can't expect to learn one skill set, one framework, and just stick with it. I mean, if we go back to that November timeframe we mentioned, if we're in the generative AI space from OpenAI, since then we've gone from 3, 3.5, 3.5 Turbo, 4, 01, 03, and now 5. Each of them you have to speak to very differently. So somebody has to be very curious. The next thing is the communication aspect. You have to be able to tell the story. People are interested not just in the result, but what does the result mean? If you can't explain it to your grandma, you're probably not ready to talk to your client about it. Okay? So I think those are the two main skills that we would look for.
Great point. And Joseph?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I have to stress on what Zahi and Abdou already said about communication skills. It's crucial in anything, basically, but especially here. And as I mentioned before, problem solving, how do you actually think about a specific issue that you're trying to fix? And yeah, communication skills, we covered that, so I think.
Excellent. So the way where you would assess a candidate is changing, right? Like it's not anymore about those technical skills. And like even I give trainings on AI, and each month I have to change maybe 70% of the content. Even things that were true are not true anymore, and vice versa. It's really crazy, the pace of things. So the first most important thing is how can people learn fast, be curious, and then also how they can communicate on what they do. I totally agree with that. Now, whenever you are in front of the candidate, so now you know what you're looking for, what skills you're looking for, the candidate is in front of you. What is the process to make sure that they have those skills that you are requesting, Abdou?
So it's not about the buzzwords. Right? I mean, somebody could come in and on their resume say, I have this, I have that. It's not about the buzzwords anymore. It's about the storytelling. They have to be able to tell the story of what they've done, and they have to explain the impact. Not just what they've done, but the impact. So the candidate has to be able to articulate and say, this was the challenge. This is how I went about it. This is where I failed. There has to be humility to understand that there will be failure. AI is not going to fix everything. And to explain how they got over that hurdle. That's what we're looking for. So if you can relate what you've built from a technical perspective to the impact of the business, you're already ahead of the pack.
And what is the process that you go through? So yeah.
So there's a few different layers to the process. We do, there's a technical test that's done online for initial qualification. There's personality profiling that gets done. Those are pre-interview. And then during the interview, we go through 2 or 3 rounds of interviews depending on the candidate.
Okay, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Zahid?
Yeah, so what we do at CME is that we try to probe into what we're looking at. So we stopped doing the questions about what is the use of decorators. What does it mean to have dependency ingestion? We don't do that anymore. What we try to do is that we try to give an example would be, you have unlimited resources and unlimited data. Give me a solution, okay? Now, what does this help me understand? First of all, the theoretical knowledge, how well he's able to understand what to ask Gen AI, right? Because now it's no longer about writing syntax, it's about what you ask Gen AI to write for you and your ability to fix it. The second thing, it helps you understand how much this candidate is a strategic thinker. How much he's able to go to his team and say, you know what, I don't think that's the correct thing, I want to change it. So actually giving a use case, arbitrarily, it doesn't have to be real. But knowing the answer beforehand is not really important. What is really important is how he attempts to solve different challenges through the interview process.
And this use case, you give it to them live when you are there?
Yeah, definitely.
And they have access to AI to answer these? Or,
they can,
or no?
I mean, that's what I usually say to the people I interview. If you have access to the tool and you're able to use it, and you pass, it's on me, that's not on you. You know, so they can use any tool that they want. They can search while I'm doing the interview, that's fine. But it will show definitely during one of those exercises where they have to design a workable, really impactful solution.
Interesting. Some candidates shy away from using it in front of you, or no? Like
no,
okay.
Definitely not.
Excellent. Yeah, no, they should. Joseph?
One thing we've been using recently, we're trying to give real-world examples of things that we encounter on a daily basis in Atria. And it could be an example of noise suppression for our managed services. How would someone be able to think about a solution to suppress a large number of alerts and just pick out exactly what we need to pick out to be critical about it? I think, and what we're interested in is, again, the chain of thought. We're not interested in what technical tool, what technical idea they get. We're interested in the chain of thought, and we're interested in how passionate they are about solving this problem.
Okay, excellent. And now, do you feel an issue like filtering CVs? Because typically, filtering CVs was a strong indicator that this candidate is not putting the right effort, not tailoring the CV enough, and so on. Now, maybe this is much, you encounter much less bad CVs. So what is the process that you do in order to make sure you focus those interviews only with the right candidates? So Abdou mentioned the test that they do, the technical test, and then it's an BTS type of test, like the personality test. How about you guys?
So it's something that we've been working on. We previously had, like a long time ago, we had IQ tests. Okay, but it's not. I mean, I don't know how adopted it is in the market at the moment, but we do some Q&As, just the very basic, and but it's we cannot be accurate enough unless we have a physical interview. So a physical interview is still the good benchmark, and the processing time of these CVs are getting harder to process them. So that's why sometimes the hiring is taking more time, but I think physical interviews are what we rely on.
Excellent. Zahi? So
no idea.
No
idea.
Okay. It's more an HR issue.
Blank.
Do you guys use AI actually in order to select and filter candidates? How do you make sure like the bias is not introduced also in the AI solution you're using in case you are? Abdou?
We are actually heavily. So before I answer that question, I have a question for the group. How many of you guys are actually looking for jobs? Not just AI, just jobs in general. Just up. Okay. Keep your hands up. How many of you are on LinkedIn? Okay. How many of you have adjusted your profiles on LinkedIn so that when I deploy an agent to go looking at your profile, there's enough information on your profile to make me want to interview you? Have you taken the time to update your profiles so that it's agent ready? Right? So this is one of the ways that we are looking right now. So we have a few different AI agents that we've built for our internal use and then for clients. One of them goes out and it scouts on LinkedIn. So it's outbound. And then we have another one that's inbound. So when people submit their CVs, it actually takes the CV, it parses it out, compares it to the job description that we've got, and it scores it, and it provides a justification. So not only will it give it a score, but it would say this candidate is a great candidate because so and so. So that has been helping us significantly in the volume of applications that we get. And then, of course, there's definitely the human in the loop. So we don't just exclusively depend on that, but it's a first filter, so to speak, and then we will validate with the team, the human team on those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zahid?
Basically, we do it for filtering surveys at first. That's something that we probably do. But after doing the interview, the technical one, we use Copilot to record the interview actually, and then we pass in the job description and we ask it to analyze it. We don't really rely on that. Like we give two prompts. The first prompt is the automatically generated prompt, and the second prompt is what the interviewer do, his feedback. And then we try to see if there's any bias, if there's like the difference is terrible, then we raise a flag there. But if it's most of the time it becomes very coherent, like they are very similar, so probably we don't. After that, when we gather all the interviews and we want to finally select 1, 2, or 3, we basically ask Copilot to try to rank them based on the fields that we are most interested in for that specific position.
Interesting. So it's more like a second opinion where the bot is advising you to see if there are any things you need to look more look more into. Mm-hmm. Okay, Joseph.
To parse CVs, we're not using AI. We're using, as Zahi mentioned, we're using AI to we feed AI recorded interviews. And then we try to score them based on the specific benchmarks. So that's basically what we're doing.
Okay, amazing. And I mean, also there are instances where it depends on the model, right? Like maybe models like Claude are very, they say everything is good. Models like Grok are against everything. So it's interesting to see which models.
Give us your opinion on Gemini. So that's what we're using.
Using Gemini. No, Gemini, I like it for text extraction and analyzing documents because they have a great context window. But yeah, each has its pros and cons. طيب هلا maybe you can walk us through common pitfalls that interviewees have done, like an actual case where you have interviewed someone and they did a mistake that everyone can learn from. Abdou?
Let's see. I'm looking at Aya today because she just went through a series of interviews today, and I think it's important. First of all, research the company that you're going to be interviewing with. I know it's common sense, but you'd be surprised. Try to understand their background and what they're focused on. Don't focus too much on the technology. The technical part is great, but it's the stories that you're going to tell that come with it. Today, we've gotten to the point where anybody could throw a prompt into AI and then we get an answer back. That's not what we're looking for. What are you adding to the story? So don't just do the blurb and say, here's the answer. There's a lot of people, by the way, that have been running AI bots as they're interviewing.
Online, yes.
Right?
When doing online interview.
Just don't do that. Because people will catch on. Either you're too slow or too fast to respond, or your response is so perfect compared to the other responses that you put in there. Just be you.
Or don't wear glasses because you can see.
Yes,
like
we had that happen last week. We had somebody that was wearing glasses, and we could see they had another screen on the side, and there was the prompts were there, and it's like, dude, just don't wear glasses when you do that. So don't do that.
Particularly now with, I'm not sure if you guys have seen the glasses of Meta that they have released. So there is a screen that cannot be seen from outside. So even face to face will be difficult soon, right? So Zahi Zahi, from your end, what are like the common pitfalls, or maybe a specific story where there was something really?
No, basically, don't be concise with your answer. Whoever is interviewing you or asking a question is looking for a very specific answer. So talking for more than 10 minutes on one single question is terrible.
You have that?
You shouldn't do that.
Particularly
right?
with tech interviews.
Yeah, totally. Just be like, if you know the answer, say that you know it. If you don't, be frank. Like, if probably we switch places and you're doing the interview for me, I probably won't know most of the questions as well. So be frank. I don't know this question. I'll look it up. Try to show your value. Not like you're not an agent. Okay, you're a human. So try to show your value as a human who's entering a completely new environment. Show how impactful you'll be, and I think will get you in.
Excellent, Joseph.
As Abdou mentioned, study the business. What does the company do that you're trying to apply to? For example, when someone comes in to Atria and they have good cybersecurity knowledge, I'm gonna say just the basics, okay? And they want to work in AI, that's a big plus. So understand what we do and come prepared. And one more thing I can add is don't overcomplicate the solution. All right? We see a lot of times we give a specific example to solve, and it's a major overcomplication for something that can be solved in a short answer.
Excellent. So be straight to the point, particularly with tech people. Communicate well on your story in a way where everyone can understand it. So from the time where someone applies to a job to the time where they know if they are hired or not, probably you don't have the answer, or you might have any specific guidelines you have in your respective organizations. If anyone would like to share.
I think for our case, it's mostly within the 2 weeks margin.
Mm-hmm.
It's not more than that. We try to be as quick as possible. We do 3 or 4 interviews within these 2 weeks, and then that would be it.
Okay.
It varies a lot for CME. Again, like we're service-based companies, so it all depends on the client. Mm-hmm. We usually, like in some instances, we do think highly of a candidate, and they have their client interview, and it doesn't work out. So we don't have a timeline. that we follow. It's basically getting requirements from the client we are hiring for. But what we do on our side of things is just, filter out the candidates that we think will portray a good level of skills required to interview the client. So that's what we do, basically.
Okay.
I think in our case, it's probably a combination of the two. 2 to 4 weeks is usually what we'd like to have as a window. And when I talk about a window, it means we'd like to get back to the candidate regardless. So if it's okay, get back to them. If it's not, get back to them. But also because we're the service-based aspect, sometimes that will change because it's dependent on a client that we're working with clearing a certain profile before we get them on board. But internally, we'd like to get back 2 to 4 weeks and sort of just close the loop on it.
Okay, no, great one. And I think it's a great insight as well. Like all of you have shared that it doesn't depend only on the company, but often it is related to projects that the company is doing for third-party clients, and to be able to align the agendas of when the client confirms the project, and then when they confirm to you that you are admitted, sometimes there are some misalignment which happen for sure. Any questions from the audience? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Wissam. I'm managing partner of a consulting company, Crow Consulting. I really enjoyed the conversation today. I came here by mistake, by chance. But I really enjoyed the conversation. So I have a question for you guys. I mean, when it comes to risk management, careers, because there is a lot of candidates or graduates maybe in the risk management careers. How are you integrating this into the process, and what are the skills that you are asking for? I mean, what do you expect them to do? Because risk management is about so many topics. So maybe that, but it's necessary because we know that AI projects. Any type of solution initiative, they need risk management. There's a lot of risks at the whether it's during the design, during the model risk. If you are implementing something for a client, then you will have to establish guardrails, controls, and KPIs, key risk indicators, to get yourself to know what's happening, and then you feedback for the development, for the improvement. So that's huge, and this risk management is very, very important. So how are you thinking about this? How are you integrating this into your process?
That's a very good question, because what we do is that we basically heavily rely on the understanding of data compliance for whoever we're interviewing, especially on the AI field. And understanding GDPR, CCPA, and HIPAA compliancy, for example, is essential and will definitely be a huge plus for whoever is joining. Now, when it comes to Gen AI, there's a lot of guardrails that are getting introduced every day. For example, using Gen AI, for example, to generate a truncated statement in SQL. This type of things is where we, quote unquote, be able to identify that we catch the candidate, right? Whether or not he has a good foundational skills or not. If they go ahead and generate a Gen AI agent that will generate SQL statements, for example, one of the things that should be set inside the prompt that this candidate shows you on screen should be handling those guardrails. But that's how far we go with our interview process. We just make sure that they're knowledgeable of this, and we leave the proper handling whenever it is in a production environment that is more controlled. So, the knowledge, yes. Standards on data compliance, and standards on the well-known Gen AI guardrails that are out there. That's it. No. During interview process, no, we don't look for that. That's part of the injection program that we do.
Anyone of you guys would like to share maybe a real case that you give in your interviews? And now probably you'll have to change it after that, so it's a card you will be burning. But in case you would like just for the attendees to have an idea about what is like a real use case that might be facing to start preparing for these types of use cases. Any one of you would like to share a specific one?
AI is very common, so let's discuss a machine learning problem. So basically, if one of the examples that you give is, for example, you want to predict whether or not a person will respond to a text. What is the flow process around that? Which model would you use? The question that we ask is not why did you use this? It is basically you have two options. You can either use three models, binary search tree or whatever, or you can go through deep learning models like Keras. Which one would you choose and why? That's the first question.
Anyone has an answer? You'll get a job on the spot.
Yes. So it's basically the probability, a binary classifier basically, with the probability of what is the probability that someone will respond to a text that you send or an invitation. Would you use a binary search tree or a Keras model, a deep learning model or a traditional tree models? So these type of questions will give you the ability for them to think about DevOps, because binary search tree are easy to do, hard to implement on cloud. Where Keras, it's harder to do, to train, but easier to infer. So these type of, I no longer ask questions, or we in general at CME, we no longer ask the questions, what is Keras? Because we don't care if you know Keras or XGBoost, but you know that you should use one of those.
And how much time do you give them to answer, to build the case?
It's the full session. It's a 1 hour session.
It's a 1 hour session. Okay.
With only one question, the scenario.
Okay. Anyone else would like to share a case?
I'd like to add to this, because this is a good case, no matter what the question is. The case study could be from a predictive perspective. You're building a model for high school students to predict whether they're going to make it or not. So how can I predict if a student's going to pass or not? Right? And then you stop. I started my career in strategy consulting, and what we do there is we used to call the exercise cracking the case. And the way you do that is you have to ask questions. A lot of times when we're given a problem like this, we have a tendency to jump into solutioning. So what is the likelihood of somebody responding to a text message? What kind of text message? Why? What's the influence whether they do or they don't? What happens if you predict incorrectly? All those are going to help you determine what type of solution you're going to jump into. So you have to learn to ask questions before you jump into solutioning. That is a huge differentiating element. Interestingly enough, by the way, if you look at GPT-5 now, if you give it a prompt and you say, ask me questions, it takes a very consultative approach. It'll ask you a series of questions before it gives you an answer. It says, in order to help you better, can you answer the following questions, right? So learn from that thought process, apply that in your interview. Somebody asks you a question, it may seem vague. We used to do the same thing where we would say, I'd like to install air conditioning in this room. What would it cost, right? And then we would stop. And then for the next hour, the conversation is, it's up to you to ask the question, well, what do we use the room for? How many people are going to be here? What kind of installations do we have access to? Those are the things we are looking for to see how you think and then how you come to a conclusion.
Excellent, thank you. So any final question from the audience? Yes, please.
Hi, I have two questions actually. Only one? Okay. Okay. I know maybe it's a sensitive question, but no one is working for free. So I want to ask, what is the salary range for the AI jobs? And the second question is, what's the expectation of the experience from the interview, the one that wants the job?
It's very hard for me because CME is like that. It's not like I don't want to answer the question, but it's very variant depending on who we're working with and in what domain and who's requesting what. But what I know in terms of experiences, you don't really have to, from where I see it at least, Python, SQL, any programming language with understanding of data is a prerequisite, okay, for any AI position, whether it's Gen AI or machine learning or ML engineers. Regarding salary, no idea. I'm very sorry. I don't know.
Anyone else would like to share salaries?
I think,
or let's say salary, maybe not to be specific for a company, but more like salary ranges that you see in Lebanon for starting, let's say, salaries for this type of roles.
Sure. So the answer to both your questions is the it depends answer, because they go hand in hand, depending on the skill set and what the person's bringing to the table. The years of experience are important, but also the familiarity with the tech stack and where we're going is also important. So today we've interviewed individuals that have 10 years of experience, but it's 10 years of experience absolutely on-prem, no experience with the cloud whatsoever. So it's not to disregard the 10 years of experience, but you can't treat those with the same as somebody who's gotten a lot more experience on the cloud. From a salary range perspective, it's going to change significantly. We started the panel by saying we've got the 3 different roles. So it's not really one AI role that's in there. It depends on where you are in this. So we have the 3 different chunks, and those 3 different chunks have levels of seniority that come with them. So if you think about it, it's actually more of a matrix than it is just, that number. But it flexes. It's quite a range. So to give the group answers, it can go anywhere from 1,500, and then you scale up to Zahi's point. If the project and the client has a rate card that would allow for this type of commitment, it's a longer commitment, and the person can bring the value to the table. Just the philosophy is, if we make money, we all make money. That's the approach.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much for our speakers. Thank you and good luck with your job searches. Don't hesitate to connect with the speakers.
Please, can we just take a photo? My worst moment. Sorry, Bassam, can we just take a photo? Oh, yeah, we're so tall. We're so tall, we can stand on the side. Guys, sorry, can we just take a photo? Sorry, can you speak? Sorry, can we take a photo and then you can speak? Ready, Losa?
Move closer.
Thank you so much, guys. Amazing panel. You want to speak more? Okay. Now we have one of our amazing AI company spotlights. We have Peter from Maliatech.
Just wait a minute. Wait a few seconds. I need my slides. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, hi. Okay. Thank you for staying, because most people left. So I'm gonna be quick. So we're Maliatech. We've been in the business for almost 20 years. We started as an automation company involving basic process automation before machine learning was a thing, before AI was a thing. And we have evolved through the years to adapt AI into our solutions. We're present in 5 countries. Our head office is in Lebanon. We're present in Dubai, in Iraq, in Algeria, and in Kuwait. So, as I was saying before, we started adapting AI into our technology. We started by doing process automation. So we used to involve small things like business intelligence, a bit of voice automation. Then we introduced cloud computing a few years ago. And then with the evolvement of technology, we introduced Internet of Things with the evolvement of AI and machine learning. So our solutions are present in every vertical. You can find us in almost every sector. So in the banking, we have plenty of solutions that fit either on the back end or on the customer end. In oil and gas, automotive, government, hospitality. Especially now with the education sector, we also have a lot of solutions that fit there. So today's session, I'm going to talk a bit about how we adapted our solution into every vertical and give a few examples. So first of all, we started in the manufacturing. So you know every industry has either imports products and sell them, or they manufacture them themselves. So this is where we started. We looked into how these industries are adapting to the change and where the pain is and where the losses are. So mainly the losses was in the downtime of the machines. So they didn't know when the machines were going to fail. They didn't know how much time they're going to take to repair. So the first thing we did with the AI is to work on the preventive maintenance of these machines. So now we can predict the failure, the repair time, so we can avoid this from happening, which will result in more production and less downtime. Then we moved into warehousing. So of course, as you see any traditional warehouse, we get our goods, we put them on shelves in a random way without knowing exactly each item, where it goes and when is the expiry date of this item. So this is where we started, first of all, with the robotization of the put away. So when I put an item on a robot, it will know automatically where to go. And this is where it will be showing on my back end. I know this item goes on shelf number 1 and aisle number 2 on this floor. And this will help me track exactly my shelf life. So I'll never ruin any item because I just lost the expiry date. So the first item that goes in is the first item that goes out. Okay? Then we moved into IoT. So IoT, we focused on mainly on the industry section. So you know every office here has the government power, has their own generator, has the street generator, and probably has solar panels. So no company will know exactly when to turn on the elevator, turn on the generator, when to use solar, when to use government, and when suddenly the government's going to go away and I'm going to have to rely on the generator of my streets. So the IoT tool we use plugs into all the power sources and then adapts on based on what I actually need to consume. So first of all, I know exactly what I'm consuming, my diesel level, my water level if I'm in a production company, and I know exactly what to balance and what plug in the wall is consuming the most power and which machine is abusing my consumption. So if I'm in an industry, if I'm in a factory, I know each device, what it's consuming, and how I can manage it. Then we moved into our core solution, the one we started with at Maliatech, which is the distribution solution. So we know we have sales teams that go to the market. Let's say I'm a Pepsi delivery guy. So I used to go to Spinneys and ask them, like, how many cartons do you need today? How many bottles of Pepsi? How many bottles of 7-Up? When was the last time you purchased? And how long are they lasting? What's the return time? All that stuff. Now, with my AI tool, with my chatbot, before arriving to Pepsi, I will know all the history. I will ask my application, Maliatech's application, I will ask it, what is the usual orders from Spinneys? What is my usual return from them? Do they have any money dues? Given the market situation, what can I offer them? So once I enter my customer's point of sale, I know what to offer. On the other hand, if I am a cash van and I'm loading my goods in the morning, cash van is the person that has all the goods in his van and drives to the can and goes in and promotes all his products. So this person is linked to what he has in his own car. So I cannot sell you something that I don't have in my own car. So the AI system will help the guy load properly in the morning based on where he is going to sell. So this is something we were able to adjust, so he will have availability of all his products. We also adapted into the transportation and logistics. So now if I have 1,000 orders to deliver and I have 50 trucks, I know exactly which box will go into which truck and each truck which road it will take to deliver my goods in the least amount of vehicles and the least amount of time and the fewer kilometers driven. So this tool by itself, I think Mario was talking about it this morning, it is an assistant to the warehouse guy or the distribution guy, the one that thinks he knows all the clients and where all the clients are located. Now this tool will help the guy properly distribute the goods into the market. Okay, so this plugs into any company's distribution system. Then after the distribution, we have the manual people, the drivers driving these trucks. Our system will tap into the actual driving style, and using our AI cameras that are placed in front of the driver, we will monitor every wrong driving style he is doing. So I can monitor if he is using his phone, either on his mouth, sending a voice note, or on his ear. I will monitor if he's using any cigarettes, if he is eating, let's say he's not allowed to eat. So anything that is illegally happening, I can immediately know about it. Some companies even force them to put 2 hands on a steering wheel. This is something I can also detect. I can detect if the seatbelt is on. I can detect if he's distracted, if he's blinking his eyes too much. So any trigger that I want to know, I can detect it straight from these cameras. So not all companies only have distribution guys. They also have service guys. These people go to the houses or to companies to repair stuff. So for example, let's say I work for Mitsolift. I'm repairing an elevator. So when I arrive to a building, I don't need to rely on my manager or any history tools. I will just open my application, scan the QR code at the entrance of the building, and I will get all the tools I need through either my ear or my glasses to repair anything in the building. So this is an assistant AI that will help any service person do his job in a real way, in a quick way. And also using the integrated chatbots, I can ask my system how I can fix any part of this elevator. So I have a live assistant that will help me throughout my journey. Finally, the last area we tapped into is the basic thing that we have everywhere, which is the screens. So if you go to any shops, let's say you go to a pharmacy or Spinis again, you happen to walk into the aisle of, let's say, cereal. So I can add a small hidden cameras, and these cameras will analyze who the person is walking into these aisles and change the ads of these screens in these aisles based on who I am. So let's say I'm a kid between 5 and 15. The serial ads will be targeting children between 5 and 15. If I'm the mom, I will be targeted by ads showing how the kids are enjoying the food because the mom got it for them. So this can be applied in any retail shop. So it can be a clothing store. If I'm a guy walking into the store, the ads will change to target ads for men. If I'm a woman, it will be the opposite. So this is something we tapped into. We also added the audience analytics. So now every shop will know exactly who their usual clientele is. If it's men, women, average age, are they going in happy? Are they leaving happy? What's my conversion rate? So all of this can be tracked with cameras that are connected to my shop. And finally, this is something we adapted during COVID, which is the queue management system. So if you go into banks, you also see multiple queues and multiple service points. So our queue management system will adapt on the person and will send him to a specific counter based on the needs. So this is something we also adapted into our digital solutions. This is a quick example of how the system will start analyzing the people in front of them. So he will know the gender, the age, the behavior, and we can also tap into a bit of machine learning with these people, and we can start detecting specific movement that they are doing. So we use security CCTV systems to detect if the cashiers are putting money in their pocket. So any movement, I can just feed it to the system. I can feed them so many examples, and then they will learn to detect this specific action and send me alerts for it. Okay, finally, this is our newest baby and addition to Maliatech. This is one of our welcoming robots. So this guy can be as basic as a welcoming robot. So when you're entering, this is the Chamber of Commerce. So whenever you enter there, it will look at your face. If you have an appointment, it will detect who you are and guide you exactly to the office you are going to. If you are there just to fill a new format, for example, or new application, it will ask you, what are you doing here? You will answer, and it will tell you the documents you need to fill in or to bring with you in order to fulfill this application. So this is Pepper. This is one of the options, but we have I'm sure you've seen them now on social media. They look more realistic, more dynamic. So this is the entry one, and we can go as advanced as you want. Thank you. This is our company's LinkedIn account. If you need any information or any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Oh, and this. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, we have a question, Peter.
Hi. I want to ask about how you would handle the ethical implications that such... Okay, so I want to ask about the ethical implications such solutions might have, especially the ones involving videoing people, like taking pictures in order to do the analysis. How do you handle ethical implications?
Okay, so it's still a bit vague in Lebanon. So for example, if you saw, she was here, she was wearing the Meta glasses. So now they're everywhere. And everyone is recording you without even knowing that they're wearing these glasses. I think she's outside. So the privacy, the video aspect of things is a bit vague in Lebanon. So we are facing some issues in specific areas where we cannot install the cameras in the cars because they are filming the streets. So in some areas, yes, we're not allowed to shoot that. But if you're talking about in-house shooting, for example, the retail markets, our systems all are GDPR certified. So we don't save the face. We just we film the face and give him a number. So let's say your face is 1. So I analyze your face. So I know I have one woman aged 20 to 30. I don't know who you are. I don't save your face. But I save the quantities of women between 20 and 30, for example. So this is in terms of video. Some symptoms. It's very dangerous to label you as 25 because if you're 30, you'll be offended, and if you're 17, you'll be offended. This is why we give a range usually from the age. And you know, how old do you think I am? I'm 28. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm 37. So okay. Yeah. So some people might look older. Some people might look younger. So this is why our system gives ranges, and not specific age. And also ranges give more sense. So I want to know. So the people between 20 and 25 have the same. Yes. Yes. I just want to add one thing. Yes.
We as Maliatech are expecting the EU AI Act treaty regarding the use of AI. So from the governance, we are expecting this. How it's getting developed year after year. We're following up, but we're not exposing any material or any sensitive data that we are recording. And most of the projects, all the data is being stored at the customer
Yes, legally, every store should have a sign that says you are on CCTV or this place is CCTV monitored. This is usually yes, and yes. This is why they put it, because they cannot make everyone sign a paper that they are being filmed. So this is why they put a sign outside that this place is being video recorded. So once you are inside the premises, you know you are being filmed.
Just to add one point as well. Currently, okay, thank you. Currently, the data that we are providing to the institutions or companies are based on numbers and not pictures. So for instance, today in this event, if we gathered like people counting machines and AI cameras, we mentioned that 70% were male, 30% were female. We don't store any physical appearance of the people visiting, you know what I mean? So this is what counts. We need to know demographics. And we can say 50% they were above 30 and 50% below 30. So we are not storing the images and the look of the people. No, we read it and we know that, okay, female, that's it. We don't store pictures, we don't store images. Right.
And you know, we don't install any special cameras. So we just tap into the feed of the existing CCTV. So we can install this full system for BDD without adding any hardware. Whatever everything is being fed into, we just install our app at the end and it will start working. So you are already being filmed or stored or whatever before this tool is added.
Thank you. But you mentioned that for people to know that this place is being monitored or filmed, it has to be mentioned. But what was the sentence?
CCTV is in use.
CCTV?
Yes.
If I see that CCTV here means that this place is being filmed, kind of?
Yes. It can have so many sentences.
Let's be practical, okay? Every owner of a business is filming for security reasons. So cameras, yes. Yeah. So if they want to look at anyone who entered this event today or any mall or any retail store, so they can do it. So they are filming for security reasons. Exactly. What we're saying that on top of this infrastructure of security, we are adding a layer where we can detect, analyze and give suggestions. That's what we're doing. For instance, you still have 30 seconds? Okay, 25. Inside a mall, if there is an area that lacks footfall, we're just reading and giving colors to the owners saying, okay, this is green, here this is orange, this is red. So you have to manage and to change the display of your mall to attract some footfall inside those areas, the green ones. Maybe they bring like a good brand, Adidas, Nike, whatever, to this particular area. So we're just showing, heat map, what we call. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. Please, can we just take a photo? Yeah, sure. With you as well, Mario.
Peter, can I join?
Yeah, Keith, we need you. And Larissa.
I had one question.
We're done. Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter. I'm sure there's going to be more questions coming your way. Now I'd love to introduce Jana from APGAR.
Hello, thank you. Hello, everyone. And thank you for being here. And thank you for the ones that are here, that are down there watching us, and also live on YouTube. Here, I'm Jana Asad. I'm a manager at APGAR Middle East. And I'm here to present to you APGAR and let you know more about the company, what we do, who we are, and you get to know us more. So APGAR is a international company. It's an end-to-end data and AI partner. So what we do is we do solutions for our clients that are cross industries, cross continents, to provide them solutions for their data. Okay, you know, data is the new gold, right? And it's the most important asset for a company. Okay, and especially now with the AI, we're getting to know more and more about the value of data. Okay, and what we do. But who's on the slides? Should I take? Okay. 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 Can you hear me? All right. All right. So data. APGAR, data for good reasons, always. I'll explain why. It's your end-to-end data and AI partner. Just want to make sure it's going to the next slide. I think I have a problem with the slides. I think this will make you more excited to know, adding more suspense. Yeah. But you know, I can tell you more since while waiting. Yeah. I can keep going, right? Okay, yeah. All right. It's on slideshow, but it's not showing on the screen. It's okay. All right, that's good. They look at me instead of the screen. Okay, so it's a data and AI. We are a pure player in the field of data and AI. We don't do database management. We don't do ERP setup or installations, okay? We really tackle solutions around data management and AI enablement, okay? With the data management, I hope the slides works now. Still not working. It's all right. You know, I can go the whole presentation without the slides. All right, it works. Okay. All right, but for the people that are more visual, I think it's nicer when you see it on the slide. APGAR, we are a data strategy partner for our clients. So we're a company that is recognized for our service what we provide. We're recognized by Gartner. For those of you who does not know Gartner, so Gartner is a company that actually benchmarks service providers in terms of what they do. Okay, so they tell them in terms of the services and the data, for example, who are the leaders at the moment and so on in the market, so that clients, when they search for companies to work with, they trust them more. Okay, so they trust that they are providing value for the people in the business. So thankfully, we are recognized for our excellence, and we are certified a great place to work as a great environment for employees to work at. We're an international company. We have teams around the globe from multiple nationalities, multiple different cultures, and we make sure by always getting the Great Place to Work certified to make sure that we are there to respect everyone, to make sure that the management has like a fairness, honest, open communication with the employees to make sure we are working in a great place and a great environment. So what are the strong values of APGAR? Okay, we believe a lot in our values because they drive the way we work. Okay, so our values is commitment. We're always committed to provide excellence for our clients, and we're committed to be partnering with them. And we'll see now, the data is not just one project, and we're done. Okay, the data is really a journey. All right, it's an ongoing journey of projects, of changes, of new and more initiatives that come the way of the client. So So we make sure that we partner with them, we provide excellence, and we are ethical in the way we treat our customers, we are ethical in the way we treat our employees, we treat our communities. So ethics is at the essence of our values. So let me go next. So I was saying it's an international company, and here we're representing a global presence and a tailor-made approach for our clients to make sure that we are serving them in the best way possible, even with the local presence in each entity. So this global presence is enabling us to operate worldwide in 16 locations. We're currently more than 230 advisors, and we are partnering with more than 12 technology partners, and we have more than 120 worldwide clients. We'll see a list of all the clients. And yeah, as you can see, so we're present in North America, in UK, in France, and South America, Middle East. The Middle East we have here in Lebanon, in Jbeil, and we have also in Cyprus. And also we have in the GCC, so we have in Kuwait and Dubai and in KSA. So, the slides are not, no. Okay. The customers. Okay. We have a problem with the slides today, but it's okay. It happens. So I wanted to tell you more about our customers. So as I said, we have more than 120 customers worldwide, and our customers is, yes. And our customers are, as you can see, are cross industries. So we have in the food and consumer industry, for example, we have Darden, we have Bitfood, we have L'Oreal, we have Danone, we have Ceresia, we have Locoplast. So these are names that you probably have heard of. In the healthcare, for example, we have Novartis, we have Ipsen, we have IQVIA. In logistics, we have on the public, we do also projects with governments, authorities, and transport and supply chain, also DHL. Okay, we can list all these customers. Thankfully, they trust us with their data, which is their biggest asset. So you want to know what do we do? So how do we help our clients along their data journey? So always the journey starts with us with having a data strategy, okay? So if you don't know what you want to do, okay, you need to have a strategy to set up the foundation, the prerequisites, and the roadmap that you need to have in order to start with your data initiatives. So we start with our clients that are struggling to align on their data initiatives with their business goals. Because the most important question we need to ask ourselves always is why we're doing what we're doing. Okay, what is the business goal that we're trying to achieve, and what is the business value that we are trying to fulfill with our clients? All right, so clients ask themselves those questions, and we help them identify those in order to succeed and in order to really get value out of what they're doing. So this is part of, the start of the journey always is to have the right data strategy and governance, and also to have people literate around data, okay? Because we see that people are, they have a need to be more aware of the importance of the data and what is it about the data, okay? Next is really getting the foundation for their data platform by identifying their data architecture and the right way to manage their data. All right. So alongside with that, we deliver data platform from having a first blueprint, okay, of what their data platform could be until we build it all together and see it working live and changing their business. Also, we have along their journey the analytics and AI-driven innovation. So we make sure that the data they have is really ready to be trusted for analytics and trusted also for AI solutions, because now any powerful AI solution, if it does not have the right data quality and the right data needed, it will not be succeeding. And probably this is the reason why we are seeing that most of the projects, you know, the percentage of adoption for AI really is not succeeding. It's a very a small percentage of people that are getting to scale with their AI initiatives, all due to not having the right prerequisites in terms of infrastructure and in terms of data and others. So here, we help our clients along their journey to drive decision-making with advanced analytics and optimized AI models. And at the end, we try to push for speed for our clients to get things faster by providing them with our business solutions that are ready to use and that are actually built based on all of the expertise that we have gathered throughout all the journey that we had with all the clients. So we have them something that's really that is very cost effective and time efficient for them to start already and compete in the market. All right, the question, and the most important question: what is the purpose of data management? Okay, why do we manage our data? Why do companies really invest all this money, okay, to have data management applications and solutions applied? Okay, so if we ask ourselves those questions, we'll come up with one of the 7 main use cases that we are addressing now with our customers. Okay. We have seen that when you are managing your data, you're able to improve your business operations by streamlining them and having better decision-making along the way, which definitely have a big effect on business operations and optimization and their business revenues, right? Also, people are leveraging their data to innovate their business models and innovate in their workflows, okay? So that they are not, you know, stagnant somehow. They are always ensuring that they are innovate to better manage their processes. And we're always making sure that we are applying data practices to stay compliant to data regulations and data laws that are available according to their locations. Why do we also manage our data? To prepare and structure data to support AI-driven solutions. So as I said, to have AI-ready data to succeed in our AI solutions. Also, to make sure that we're extracting insights from data that we trust, because based on those data, we're actually making very strategic decisions. So if we don't have, you know, the quality of data that we desire, okay, we will not be actually making the right decisions. So it's on the base of strategic decision making is to have the right trusted data. Okay. Also, one of the main use cases is the augmented data management. How can we enhance our data operations through automation and AI-powered tools? I'll tell you more about those in the next slides. So, if I could just summarize our expertise into 3 main pillars. What do we do? Okay, we're a consulting firm. So one of the first thing we do is data advisory. So clients come to us, they don't know what they do. They have gold in their hands, but they don't know how to manage it. They don't know how to get the best out of their data. So we come as consultants, as experts in the matter, to provide advisory in terms of the right data platform, the right data strategy, the right data architecture, the right vision that they could have. Okay, so they come for us for our expertise, and they trust us in the matter to, you know, build something that is based on a strategic thinking. So this is where we help them scope and plan every step of their strategy to have a roadmap of the data initiatives that they are requiring. That's the first part. On the second pillar here, there's data enablement. And when we talk about data enablement, this is the actual work. This is where we get with our client in project mode to actually deliver project implementation. And here we're talking about getting the foundations to actually see data in action, to generate value with their data and AI. And here we're talking about projects related to a data integration, where we integrate the data. We're talking about master data management, to have a single source of truth, which is our master data. How are we going to make sure that we have the right foundation, the solid foundation for our data that will drive our decisions later, okay? Also, we'll see more about that in the next slides. Also, in the business solutions, this is when I said, how can we help our clients optimize everything they have in their operations, okay, with the data and the AI, with our, pre-configured solutions that we could provide them. All right, on the data advisory, let me just quickly tell you what we have. On the data advisory, that we have the data literacy, so how we can define the data culture for every company. We also have the data governance, so defining the ways of working, the roles, the responsibilities, the processes that should be set in the company to govern the data and to make sure that we are, having the data in the right places and the right hands of people, right? And also, on the advisory part, we have the data architecture. This is where we make sure that we are defining with our clients a data platform that is able to scale, with all the advancement in the technology and the advancement in the AI. We want to make sure that we are advising them to build a data platform that is able to scale, able to have the ability to leverage all the new innovations that is coming. On the maturity level, so we make sure that we are covering the data ethics and data for sustainability. All right, so as I said, we are data for good reasons. So we try to work with our clients to improve our corporate social performance through data. And we make sure that we are ethical. So we try to make sure that we are compliant with all the regulations. So we help them make their data compliant with their data protection laws and other laws that could be. On the AI catalyst part, I will probably also go over it more in the next slide about AI. We have a focus slide. Here it's more about how can we ensure that, the businesses, they want to incorporate AI, okay, but they don't know where to start. They don't know how to do it, okay? So we help them catalyze their decision-making on the right use case that they need to start with, or how AI can really benefit them and benefit their business. So it's a whole way to see AI and to start with AI. On the data enablement side, okay, as I said and I've mentioned before, so we have metadata management, okay, we have master data management, data integration, data quality and preparation, we have AI and advanced analytics. So all of these are actually enablement. This is where we enable the companies to start providing value from their data and AI solutions by actually implementing the initiatives that we have already set up with them. Alongside the development projects here, we have the managed services. So we delegate people even after finishing the initiative with them or implementing the initiative to support them after the product is already in use by the end users. On the business solution, client and retail, but they're all facing the same, okay? So automating their workflows or mastering their data management. What is the right process to create or to update their data, okay? Who must this data be assigned for which role of the company and so on. So there are really common use cases across all industries that we were able to leverage to create our business solutions. And these are pre-configured solutions that our clients can already take, okay, and integrate in their systems and just customize a little bit to their businesses, and it's ready to be launched in the market, okay? And now the focus on artificial intelligence. You know, data is very important, and we've always believed, we started with the data, okay, and that it was one of the, the core offerings of APGAR was data, okay? And with the hype of AI, we were able to see that data is even more important, because it is the foundation and the essence of any AI solution. It's the prerequisite. And for that, the focus here is on artificial intelligence, okay? With us here is that we are able to provide an AI-ready data for you. And we are also able to provide you, alongside those three offerings as you see them here. First, as an AI catalyst, we can provide you with the right understanding of your business, and how you can leverage, right understanding of AI and how you can leverage AI for your business. So we provide you the way to come up with the use cases that could be applied for your business. And for that, we help you also define the prerequisites that you need for every initiative. And with the prerequisites, we help you also to prioritize it, okay? To make sure that whenever you are there to implement any AI solution, you have already the buy-in of the management, you have the budget, you have the understanding of the prerequisites in terms of cost, infrastructure, in terms of data that is needed, okay? So all this preparation is ready for you, and you already know what you need, so that you don't come up, oh my God, we should have done this before. Why did we start this if we don't have the right data for it? Or no, this is going to cost us a lot. It's not the right place for it. Do we have the right resources? Okay. So all of these questions we must ask ourselves, and we help our client ask themselves to come up with the right answers before we go and implement any AI solution. So this is what I've mentioned before in the advisory part and in the consulting. We have the AI catalyst to make sure that we have a tailored solution for specific business challenges, and we have a strong foundation for future AI initiatives. Now on the APGAR side, here we are making sure that we are 1 minute left. Oh my God, time passes so quickly. So on the APGAR side here, we're optimizing production, trying to improve business processes. So we have the traditional machine learning solution here to provide a solution for companies across industries. So we have, for example, the demand forecasting for supply chain. We have resource scheduling and planning, inventory management. Okay, to make sure that we are saving costs, we are reducing inefficiencies in the work, improving business processes, and so on. On the augmented data management here, we're trying to look at the data from a different perspective, and we're trying to query it in a very easy and efficient way with natural language, okay? So this makes access to the data easier, and it makes you able to get more of your data by querying your data really quickly. So this is the optimization of the processes for advanced analytics, of course. A user can query the data anywhere in their system with simple natural language. Let me check. All right, along the way, so we have strategic alliances with technology partners for data management and AI solutions. So as you can see, these are our technology partners. I know SAP, I know Databricks, TIBCO, Semarchi, and so on. Also, we work with AWS, Google Cloud, and Microsoft Azure. At the end, what makes APGAR really different? Okay, and why are we a great place to work? And why are we a pure player of data and AI? Okay, because we want to differentiate ourselves from other service providers by making the focus on data and AI. Okay, so we identify ourselves as a pure player in this domain. We do data and AI. So that when you want data and AI, you come to APGAR and you get this focus really for your business. Also, our expertise is recognized by Gartner, as I said, and in the market. So we work always to ensure excellence in our work. And we tend to have long-term partnerships with our customers and partners. So we have clients really for more than 10 years. Okay, so we still have projects with clients that started with APGAR, and they still have initiatives that are still ongoing with APGAR. You know, so when I was talking about the journey, it's really a journey. It's a continuous journey of innovation and of technology. You know, so this is the aim of APGAR, and we are a great place to work. So we make sure that you know, when we're working with the clients, we make sure that, you know, even though we have a long-term partnership, but this is the same people that are still working on the same project, and our clients really like this. So the turnover rate or the attrition rate is very low, to the point that we can keep the same team along, you know, all the time of engagement with the client. And this is something really important, because you maintain the knowledge and the expertise of the people on the same project for so long. And we have a strong culture and data for good reasons, so make sure that we are really ethical, and we work in a sustainable way. So make sure that we always have data for good reasons at the core of what we do. And we have as I mentioned, our business solutions are our pre-configured solutions, so that the clients do not have to invest time and money in the wrong place. On the contrary, they come to us and they can be more available in the market than they thought of. All right? And we have our data academy. Given all the expertise and the knowledge that we have gathered that is not available today in the market, we have built our data academy to make sure that this knowledge can be transferred. And we can train our clients from this data academy. You're looking at me, the time has...
It's okay, it's okay. Hala, just maybe we don't have time for questions.
Yes, of course, and I'm done. Okay, I try to be as fast as I can. Thank you a lot for the opportunity, for us being here, and I advise you all to visit our website and our LinkedIn page, and thank you again.
Thank you so much, Anna. Sounds like an amazing place to work. Hala, we'll just take a quick photo. We lost Larissa, maybe. Okay, we'll take a photo, just us. You want to come in the photo with us? Take your bag off. Come with your bag. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Perfect. So, Jana will be here speaking. Now we have the last panel. We have Ammar from CME. Ready now? Yeah. Just, we have many people online and in the networking space, so. It's working. Is it working?
No. Oh, we can hear you. It's just
I have a loud voice, but for the people on the line.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you can start by introducing yourself. Hello,
Yes.
I'm sure everyone knows CME, but maybe you can introduce what you do
Yeah.
and a bit of your background.
All right. So, my name is Samir Irben. I've been working with CME for over a year now, and as of recently, I've been given the opportunity to work on Vero.ai, which is a customer support AI, and I'm going to be helping to grow the company, basically. Yeah. It's purely Vero.ai. So yeah, I'm here just to talk about it. And Jean is here to make sure that I don't talk about anything else.
In case something, you're breaking GDPR.
Yeah, like.
Tell us maybe what you were doing before.
Yeah, so before I was working like I was product owner for a banking module.
In Lebanon?
Yes, well, with CME still.
Okay.
And then before that, I had my startup in Lebanon.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you study?
I studied finance and entrepreneurship as a bachelor's, and then I did my master's in water science, which is an interesting story, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes. I can start with a demo of Vero.ai. We'll just do it backwards if you want.
Okay.
Yeah?
Hello,
We'll see.
maybe.
We'll give Larissa one more minute.
You have the demo?
No, the demo's on my phone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, you can do it. Yeah, do that.
Yeah, you want me to do that? Okay, great. So guys, just to let you know, Vero.ai is a customer support agent that's supposed to help companies, enterprises, and governments with their customer support. So I set up a small demo. It's like a citizen calling a municipality. We'll start with the presentation and then we'll do the demo. We'll start with yeah. I think it's the HDMI. Okay. I'll start with the demo. So yeah, so this is a customer service agent for the municipalities in Lebanon. I set it up as a demo for today. So, it's fine. Yeah, Delta Safety. Okay. So again, as I was saying, it's a municipality customer service agent.
مرحبا، شكرا لاتصالك مع مكتب خدمات تواصل. كيف يمكننا مساعدتك اليوم؟
بليز بدي اسالك من اي ساعة لاي ساعة بتفتح البلديات؟
ساعات عمل البلديات عادة من الاثنين إلى الجمعة من الساعة 8 صباحا حتى 2 بعد الظهر. إذا كنتم بحاجة
بليز بدي أقدم على طلب. بدي أعمل عمار بالبيت عندي. بدي أقدم على طلب بالبلدية.
شكرا لتواصلكم معنا. قبل أن نكمل طلبكم، هل يمكننا معرفة اسمكم الكريم واسم البلدية التي تقيمون فيها؟
اسمي سامر، عايش بعينعار.
شكرا يا أستاذ سامر. للحصول على طلب ترخيص عمار في بلدية عينار، نرجو تزويدنا برقم العقار القطعة ورقم المنطقة، بالإضافة إلى وصف الأعمال التي ترغبون بتنفيذها بالمنزل.
رقم القطاع 47 والقطعة رقم 3، وبدي كسر حيط المطبخ عندي لأعمل open kitchen بالبيت.
شكرا لكم أستاذ سامر على التفاصيل. سيتم تحويل طلبكم للبلدية، وسيقوم أحد الموظفين بالتواصل معكم خلال 3 أيام عمل لمتابعة إجراءات الترخيص. هل ترغبون بأي مساعدة
Okay, thank you. Anyways, you can schedule appointments, you can do a lot of things with it. هلا في ارجع اعملها بالانجليزي كمان. It all works. So that's the demo. I guess everyone was bored a bit of PowerPoints. بس هلا back to it. Okay. Kind of okay. Back. دورة. Okay. So, customer service. arguably the single most important thing you can do for your company. It can make or break your business, and it leaves a lasting impression in the eyes of your customers. I, for example, still actively boycott certain airlines, which I'm not going to mention, but it rhymes with Lurkish, and because of a trip I took 10 years ago. And it's not because it took 54 hours to finish a 6-hour flight, or because they sent me to the wrong airport, or because they lost my luggage. It's because of how the customer service agents handled all of these issues. I will, for example, order from my favorite Lebanese restaurant again, fast food restaurant again, even though I did get food poisoning there a few times. One, no, back. Okay, well, anyways, their customer service is excellent. They're friendly, they're reliable, they really show that they care, and they want to try and help you out. All of this to say, customer service is important. But what are the options that are available for companies nowadays? You've got websites and FAQs and chatbots, which provide you with information instantly and are available to you 24/7. But they're limited in the information that they can provide you with. They're static, and if you want to transfer it to a human, it's a very slow process. You've got the interactive voice response systems, which have more options and information available, and they can transfer you to a human. But they're slow, they're frustrating, and sometimes they're just very confusing. And finally, you've got call centers, where you have humans that are involved. They provide you with the needed support, but they're very costly. They're rarely available 24/7, and you have inconsistent quality of service. All of this to say that there is a gap in the customer service industry that still needs to be addressed. Enter Vero.ai. Vero.ai is a voice-first support system that can deliver scalable, intelligent, and authentic customer service with an AI that can answer, explain, act on your behalf, and resolve issues for you, but while always keeping a human in the loop just in case it needs to escalate. So the way it works is we came up with a native AI that allows for natural, multilingual, and multimodal support. So even though if it's voice first, it's not voice only. You can chat with it, you can text it on WhatsApp, you can send it voice notes, and it will reply to you in your preferred means of communication. As I said, the autonomous agent can take actions on your behalf, and whenever it needs to escalate to a human, it will do so and provide it with a full transcript as well as a summary of the conversation so far so that it's in the loop in real time. Finally, since Vero.ai is dealing with enterprises and governments, control over the information is key. And this is why it was developed with a governance-first approach that provided it with very strong guardrails as to what information can be shared with and by the AI. So the use cases are many. In the financial services industry, for example, it can be used as a customer information portal. You can freeze and unfreeze your credit cards, and it can even investigate suspicious activities for you. In the tourism industry, for example, it can be used as your personal travel agent. It can book, reschedule, and cancel trips, and it can handle claims and complaints on behalf of the companies without ever getting upset, which is also a plus. Finally, at the government level, it can act as a citizen information portal. It can process fine payments, it can book and schedule appointments, and it can send you reminders that your license is expiring, for example, and that you need to renew it. All this to say, go back. Well, it's fine, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. So basically the use cases are many. But it's clear that it's time for customer service to join the march to the future. And with Vero.ai, we're making the future sound human again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You want any questions? Anybody have any questions? Nope. Take a photo. Oh, thank you so much. Sorry, the slides. We need a photo of you. Come on.
Thank you.
Okay, and we are on to the last company AI spotlight of the day, Jana from Ames.
Alrighty. All right. So thank you for having me here. Thank you, ZAKA, for the invitation. My name is Jana Kibriet. I'm a senior AI research engineer at Ames. And before I talk about what we do at Ames, I'm going to talk about the tools we use for everyday life. So for example, if you have a team of people and you wanted to execute a project with them, whether it was a research project or a construction project or any type of project, you would need a platform for communication. You would need another platform for managing your documents. You would need a third platform for meeting. You would need a fourth platform to, for example, book your calendar, you book your meetings, and so on. So if you're going to use a million tools, you're going to get a bit annoyed every time you want to change something in a task, and then you need to reflect it in 3 or 4 other places. So what if you had one platform that is seamlessly integrating all of these tools, and they're not using third-party APIs. All of your data is secured, and it's in this one platform that's built from the ground up. This is what we do at Ames. So basically, we build a digital workspace that contains all of the tools that you might ever need in your project execution lifecycle. So it combines planning the project, executing it, communication between your teams. It includes its own calendar and so on. So now you have all of your data integrated, and it's secured in one platform. So now that you have your data on one platform, what can you do with it? How can you utilize it using AI? So if you bring in some AI agents and some AI infrastructure and connect it to this workspace, now you have AI that knows about everything that you're doing. So if you change the task, you don't need to change it in the timeline. The AI can do it for you. So if you change something within your budget, you don't need to change it in your documentation because the AI can do it for you. So now you don't only have AI agents that are responsible to monitor your project, you have AI agents that are also able to work with you as your coworker. So now you can have an AI intern or an AI assistant where you can assign tasks to them, and they can execute those tasks autonomously by themselves, and they will do a very good job for them because you don't need to every time feed it all of the context of what you're working on because it already has that context integrated within the system. So now that the agents can go on and do research for you, it can implement something for you, it can do anything as long as you have your requirements within your system. It can even ask your teammates for some information if you didn't provide it for you. So this is basically what we do. We have AI agents, chatbots, we use reinforcement learning and RAG, all of those to build one super-powered, supercharged digital workspace for companies, for individuals, for anyone working in a team. So this is what we do. We are actually hiring right now. So if you're interested, if you're an AI engineer who's ever done chatbots, RAG, and agents before, we are looking for mid-senior engineers with experience that is relevant. So we offer top pay. Since we're still a startup, we offer share options, healthy work-life balance within, an AI a startup context. And so you also have an opportunity to work in a team of players. So we're all always collaborating, always sharing ideas within each other. So you're always going to be brainstorming with someone. You're never going to be stagnant. You're always going to have someone to pitch your idea to validate your idea, and so on. So you get to work on the latest AI topics. And I don't mean like use LangChain or use vector databases and so on. I'm talking like something that's been recently published in research. You can implement it. You can search for any of the latest tools that you want to integrate, and you can pitch that, and we can use it. Yeah, so it's a fun and warm company culture. We have Sushi Friday. I don't know if we have Sushi Friday. The CEO put that in. I'm kidding. So hopefully I'll check in next week. I'll tell you if we had a Sushi Friday. So this is basically it. So feel free to reach out on our website. We have a jobs page. So we have open applications there. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jana. Does anybody have questions? Oh, photo. Sushi Fridays.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Now we have Ellie from Integra. Kokabane. How's everybody doing? Everyone's still got energy. Hope everyone at home is enjoying. We've got one more company AI solution spotlight, and then we will be done for the day. In the meantime, have a look on the ZAKA.ai Instagram. There's lots of insights and forward MENA and BDD as well. Have a look on their accounts, and you can stay in touch for future events. This is the beginning of many more events to come. You ready, Ellie? Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, أول شيء, for this opportunity. Hello, everyone. بعرف مأخر. It's late, and you have to leave, and it's Friday. Bear with me just 10 minutes. I'm gonna show you what will be the next HR system in Lebanon and in the region. A small brief about us. Basically, we are part of CHIP. If you know the building على الطريق البحرية الدورة, we are a technology company since 1990. We do a lot of security and management and control, and our roadmap with AI started years ago. We were the first to implement face recognition algorithms. We were the first to implement license plate recognitions in Lebanon. We have a couple of implementations now. They are really advanced when it comes to security. We have the security of the casino, of the airport, and these things. So, but these were like tailor-made. Many of them were just, we were like box movers, just the implementers or configurators. Now we're changing this. With the power that we have today, with the new generative AIs and these things, we are building an AI team internally. We are 105 employees. We have implemented more than $350 million projects. The power of CHIP is that we have everything in-house, from the hardware to the software, the installation, the maintenance, everything in-house. What I'm gonna talk about today is the time management, payroll, and HR solution that we have. We have already an experience with an old system that is implemented since 34 years old. We have more than 250,000 employees in Lebanon use the system. These are some of our clients that they are currently using our system. And I'm gonna introduce the latest trend, which is Integral. Integral exactly is an HRMS that is web. Also, it is a mobile application already available. Already we are working with the government, with all government employees to implement Integral now. We're talking about all the ministries in Lebanon to try to move to e-government. Hopefully this project will be successful. We have many blocks, but we're solving them one by one. So Integral is a comprehensive suite that have a lot when it comes to the employee information system, the payroll, the time attendance, the recruitment, the performance appraisals, and everything. From the shift planning, for example, we have a couple of FNBs that they have a lot of complex logistics, if I can say, or Hôtel Dieu as a hospital that runs 24/7. So there's a lot of complications to be able to control and run thousands of employees simultaneously, generate their payrolls, do their performance in a very easy way. I'm gonna go through the features, but what I would love to see, okay, today we have the mobile application, we have the app, we have everything that it comes technically, but because of this today's event about AI, I'm gonna jump to what we are trying to build. Basically, how can we make sure that the face recognition terminals or the fingerprint terminals, when we are talking about hundreds of thousands of employees, they are so accurate? How we're gonna make sure that even if we have twins, it's not your mobile phone, it's your salary. It's the things that gonna tell you you're gonna take a bonus at the end of the year or no. How we're gonna make sure that this is accurate. So from here, we have all the information related to the employee, and usually these information sits in the server at the level of the company, an on-premise solution. So how we're gonna benefit from this information to generate a really powerful agent that's gonna help us save a lot of time. This is our challenge. So from here, from the information that we have, from the requests that we got on the system, from the attendance of the employee, from the salaries, the bonuses, everything, how we're gonna combine these to be able to have a solid system. What we are trying to design basically is Vera. Vera, yes, I don't know, I saw Vero AI. This is a complete coincidence. All right, so we name it Vera, I don't know why. So I need to ask my colleagues why Vero. Vera is basically a teammate. And this teammate is an AI-powered HR coordinator. We are not trying to replace people. We are trying to assist people. Today, if we can talk about, I don't know, Moulin d'Or, he has 1,200 employees. They are a lot busy when it comes to payroll. At the end of each month, we have like all the HR department is gonna be missed just to generate payroll. So imagine the load that they are working, all right? Same thing when it comes to finance. At the end, year-end taxes and these things, it's gonna take a lot of time. So what will Vera do? Basically, a lot of tasks and a lot of dreams. First, and this is already done, we have an AI-generated dashboards. This AI-generated dashboards, it's gonna detect the patterns and the things that usually a normal person would miss. For example, Eli always takes a day off or a sick leave on every Monday of each month. I don't know. This is patterns that usually people do not detect easily. We are trying to leverage the power of AI to be able to have these dashboards up and ready for managers, for people who are managing these. So we will have who have the best attendance, who have the worst attendance, who are the people that they have the best sentiment. Also, we collect the sentiment. How was your day at work? Was it great? And we link these to many factors. For example, he took the payroll and he had a lot of overtime. That's why he feels good the next day at work. So these kind of patterns, they are not easily detected usually by HR. And HR coordinators or managers do not have the time to do this. Additionally to insights, we need to have the stupid tasks that usually takes a lot of time from the people to delegate these tasks to AI. For example, someone missed to check out or someone was absent without any reason. So the AI, Vera, will directly send email to this person, or even we're working on WhatsApp, is gonna send this WhatsApp, why you were absent yesterday, and it's just a normal text. I was at this client, I was doing whatever. The LLM will think about this, will put the adequate reasoning for the HR to confirm on it. Additionally, when it comes to shifts, for example, we have one of our clients is ZAKA Rosette. They have 500 plus employees. Imagine I talk to you and I tell you, okay, you are working tomorrow AM shift and I am PM, let's switch. We do this on a daily basis. So imagine at the back office, there's someone who's gonna do this. This is gonna be Vera. No more need for a human just only to confirm, actually. It is 24/7 accessible. Additionally, Vera will generate letters. I need an employment letter. I need any kind of document from my company. Usually I have to wait. Usually it is generated following a normal form that is for everyone. So imagine if I want a salary certificate for a bank loan. I would really appreciate if the HR would put some effort to really put that I've been in the company for so long, that I am someone who is doing a good job, that I am promoted many times, you know. Also, if I'm applying for a Schengen visa or a US visa, I need these type of documents. I need them really fast. I need them really customized, so that I don't want to just follow the normal form. I will have instant access. I will have no biases. Maybe the HR hates me, so she's gonna give me a fairly good recommendation letter. It's gonna be accurate and powerful. And specifically, we have basically customized letters. Also, when it comes to performance, how am I going to distribute the bonuses? How am I going to maybe, I don't know, give promotions to some people? So I need AI to help me put the performance of these people, of my employees, in a very adequate way. Recruitment, and I was sitting in a panel before, and they talked about this, how AI today scans the CVs and give you the best matches, so you can go and directly filter thousands of candidates just to select very few and do the interviews. Okay, this is also doable with Vera. The last question that I would leave you to it, why do we have to be careful? Okay, basically we started testing this a year ago when the hype was about AI, and we started noticing a lot of dangerous patterns. To be honest, AI missed sexual harassment messages. AI only see explicit features in the performance management. AI did a lot of mistakes that we cannot live with. I don't know if Elon Musk applies to our company, and it is today filtered. His CV is filtered by Vera. I don't know if we recruit him. So there's a lot of questions and a lot of things, and I believe that it's our responsibility as developers, as tech enablers, to really take into consideration testing our platforms, testing everything that we're doing and providing for companies in Lebanon. We are building an AI team. We already have an AI team of 3 people, and we are here, and we have our booth here to recruit even more, just to make sure that we present an HR solution that is fairly good, probably 5%, 10% better of the people today. But what we are noticing is there's a lot to take into consideration that usually humans do not make. When it comes to performance management, for example, I would really appreciate the help of the AI system, but I really need to make sure that with time, I'm not missing any single clue. I need to make sure that whenever I'm generating letters, even the biases that humans have does not reflect on the AI system. So this is it. This is what we're trying to build. Thank you for your time. And if someone has any question, feel free. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Nope. Thank you. Okay. So we take a photo? He's we just need your photo quickly.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this concludes the panels for today. I'll just move which way. Thank you so much to everyone for coming and all the people online and in the networking area. This is the beginning of AI in Lebanon and our events. We hope to see you at the upcoming fairs. Thank you to all of our partners. So many people involved that are all listed here. Without you, we really couldn't have done this. And as we say, this is the beginning of many more events to come. Secondly, to all of our community partners. There's so many people that are working behind the scenes. Thank you so much to Forward MENA, BDD for hosting us, and of course ZAKA and the ZAKA amazing team with Larissa leading the way. Thank you so much for joining. I hope so many people from here have started building their networks, getting jobs, and building a better community together. See you next time. Thank you.